Senator Gazelka.
I move that further proceedings under the roll call be dispensed with and the Sergeant of Arms be instructed to bring in the absentee members.
On that motion, all in favor say aye. Opposed say no. Motion prevails and the Sergeant at Arms will bring in the absent members. Remaining under motions and resolutions will revert to the fifth order of business, reports of committees. Senator Gazelka.
Mr. President, I move that committee reports printed in the agenda be adopted.
On the adoption of the committee reports, all those in favor say aye. Opposed say no. The motion prevails. Moving to the sixth order of business, second reading of Senate bills. The Secretary will read the Senate file number.
Senate file number 2415.
Second reading. Moving to the ninth order of business, motions and resolutions. Senator Gazelka.
Mr. President, I move that Senate concurrent resolution number 5 be adopted.
To that motion, Senator Gazelka.
This is the joint convention for selecting regents for the University of Minnesota, selecting May 1st in room 1200 of the Minnesota Senate building.
Discussion on that motion. Senator Bach.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Senator Gazelka, we never had an opportunity to talk about this, but I did see it show up earlier today, and just wanted to let you know I did talk with the Speaker about this earlier today, and she does have an interest in holding a convention to select regents, and I guess in northern speak, let me say she offered up that she probably would be willing to have a joint convention before the fishing opener. So I think we're there. I do think pushing this right now is probably a little fast and probably doesn't advance the ball on getting that done. I'm sorry we didn't have a chance to talk about it, but I just would suggest maybe we have a conversation with the Speaker about this before we act on it. So maybe if we can just kind of delay it, maybe you and I can meet with her and we can take it up later if we feel like we have to take it up today. Really, I don't think it's in the interest of the Senate to catch the House by surprise with something like this, but because it is something we have to cooperatively work on in order to accomplish it. So just a suggestion.
Senator Gazelka.
Mr. President, Senator Bach and members, the goal is to light a fire under the House so that we can actually do this. So based on your comments there, I'm going to withdraw this resolution and see if we can work towards a solution.
Senator Gazelka withdraws the resolution.
Mr. President, I think I might be making a motion to table it.
Senator Gazelka moves that we table Senate concurrent resolution number 5. All those in favor say aye. Opposed say no. The motion prevails. Remaining under motions and resolutions, Senator Gazelka.
Mr. President, pursuant to Rule 26, I designate the following bills be made for special orders for immediate consideration. Member, the special orders sheet is on your desk with 2 bills.
Members, the first bill up for consideration is number 124 on general orders. It is Senate File 2226. Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, members, we've got the first omnibus bill here, agriculture, rural development, and housing finance and rural broadband. So, members, I'll start by going through the broad topics and then some of the details in each area, and then open it up for discussion and questions. First of all, members, agriculture in our state has experienced several years of tough times. As we know, the free market, free enterprise goes up and down. We happen to have, as somebody told me, we're in the third year of a 5-year bad cycle. And so, members, since 2012, ag incomes have dropped. Extension report came out recently. Commissioner Tom Peterson has talked about this a lot as well. But our ag incomes for grain farmers are at $26,000 median. the lowest since the farm crisis of the 1980s. That's pretty tough, members. And dairy is even in a tougher spot with a median income of $15,000. Now, in committee, we had some great testimony, good discussions, but the one testifier that I recall talking about the dairy industry, they've had some good years. And during those good years, they put away what they call the O Sugar Fund. And to quote Sadie, who's a dairy farmer from Melrose, actually interned here years ago in the Senate, found out that later that little tidbit, in fact. But she's told our committee the O Sugar Fund is gone. So members, many farmers are working off of equity, the good years that they were able to put some money away. I was at a volleyball tournament for our daughters a few weeks ago and saw a former high school teammate who's a farmer, and he said, it was good in 2012. We bought lots of new equipment, but I'm sure glad I have it because that's what's getting me through right now. And I have to sell equipment once in a while to keep things afloat. Members, about a month ago, I was invited to a local soybean and corn growers' annual banquet in Pope County, Glenwood, Minnesota. We had a keynote speaker from Senator Johnson's district. And her name was Teresa Gilley. She's a county commissioner now. But members, I'm going to share with you some aspects of her speech, and it's embedded into this bill. Ms. Gilley, Teresa had to go through what is probably the most unthinkable you could imagine. And that is her husband, Keith. They farmed many years through a lot of good times and some not so good times. But he committed suicide. And members, another key aspect of our bill is mental health funding. But Teresa is now able to go out and tell her story of their family tragedy. And part of Teresa's message to the farmers that day was, don't be alone, don't think you're the only one suffering, reach out for help. But she also had a message to farmers, you can do things different, you've got a lot of good talents that you don't always recognize. And her farm today looks different than it did a few years ago, but she's still farming. And so that was a real inspirational message in the sense of, like any business, innovation is important, changing with the times, and finding ways to make it happen is very important. And that was part of her message to us that night in a room full of soybean and corn farmers. And so, members, with that in mind, I want to walk through the Department of Agriculture part of this bill, and then we'll touch on rural broadband as well, and then the Minnesota Housing Finance. Members, the Minnesota Department of Agriculture bill, we've continued with the base funding of $122 million. That funds the Department of Agriculture, but it also includes the Board of Animal Health and AURI. Board of Animal Health is very important in the work they do for our livestock industry, our livestock farmers, especially when they're moving livestock in and out of the state, dealing with diseases that might pop their heads up in our state. That's a very important job they do for our livestock farmers. I hope all of you enjoyed the great beef from the cattlemen's out on the front lawn today, beef on a stick. What a tremendous day to have that. but a real reminder of what our livestock farmers mean to our state. The Board of Animal Health is a key part of keeping that livestock healthy and so vibrant here in Minnesota. We've continued their funding at base levels and continued supporting that in this bill. AURI has a small increase in their base to help with some of their new additional costs as prices go up, maybe help with some salary of any new employees or new initiatives. AURI is an organization that's quasi-public-private. They're their own entity, but they work along with under the Department of Agriculture. But it was set up years ago to help come up with new crop opportunities, new market opportunities, new processing of crops, or ways to enhance or bring value added to agriculture. And this bill is a lot about value added opportunities to enhance the lives and the economic outcome for farmers. And so AURI is an important part of this bill as well and would continue funding. Their base headquarters is up in the Crookston area, but they have satellite offices or home-based offices around the state with a lab that they use in Marshall and a few other locations, making themselves accessible to our farmers. Members of the Department of Agriculture bill then is the other big part of the $122 million. And many of these dollars go to things that we often don't think about. The inspectors and the oversight of food and Minnesota's processing companies that are in the business of processing our milk, our slaughter plants, and other food industries that they continue to inspect and keep safe and keep the consumers with a product that they can buy in the grocery store and rely upon its safety. And so many of those aspects are kind of not so sexy, but certainly very important as we do. But let me key on a couple other initiatives that we're funding in here. I talked about the mental health initiative. Members, with the strain that's going on in rural Minnesota, we have an additional $125,000 a year for mental health funding to fund a second mental health counselor. We have Ted Matthews, who's a well-respected counselor and psychologist that's been involved and knows a lot about mental health. He's been with Minnesota for a few decades now and is soon planning to retire. And so, members, this would bring on another person as well as Ted. And as he's retiring, hopefully we would move to the transition smoothly, and we'd have two counselors to help deal with the crisis and the concerns of agriculture and farmers out there, and make that available for farm families, no matter what they're going through, as they might face strife in their life with their children, with their spouses, a lot of it triggered because of tough economic times right now. Banks having to say no to operating loans, banks having to say we need to restructure this or we can't continue because it's not making a profit. Those are very tough conversations and tough realizations, and we want to make sure the state of Minnesota can help in those areas when there's mental health needs. And so that $125,000 is supported, I think, very strongly by both parties bipartisanly, and seems to have great support from all the ag groups as well. Farm Bureau, Farmers Union, the corn, soybean, cattlemen's, you name it, the grain groups as well as milk producers, and that's a very important part of this bill. Members, we've also got the Agri Fund that we continue to fund. Those dollars are left over or continue from the ethanol program. Many of you remember that our state has been a part of. That's what's helped keep the ethanol and start the ethanol industry that we have here. The Agri Fund would continue funding other rural development projects. A few key aspects of this Agri Fund. our $2.5 million that we would dedicate towards bio-incentives to help with projects of companies that come up with new biofuels. And we've got different exciting opportunities that many companies are working on around the state. And so this helps bring some incentives and opportunities and assurance to those companies that are here investing in our state, creating small businesses and larger businesses. And so that is part of would be funded out of the Agri Fund. Two other aspects we want to talk about and highlight is some innovation. Innovation for the dairy farmers that are facing very tough times right now. One of the things the input our committee received was labor is a very expensive part of their bottom line on the dairy farms. Small farms, dairy is very labor intensive. And so one of the parts of the $5 million that would go to the dairy, one-time dairy package here, would be for modernization and innovation grants for farmers to update their technology, have a grant coupled with a low-interest loan to help finance streamlining and implementing robots, milking robots on their farm. And so we hope that's a huge help to those farms that want to go that route. And many are doing that right now, but financing it is an issue that they've raised, as well as the ongoing expense of labor. And so if we can help with that expense, we can position these dairy farmers that are very resilient, very hardworking, position them to be competitive for the foreseeable future in our nation and in the worldwide market of dairy products. And so if we can help with that, we want to be helpful in preserving the dairy industry and preserving their competitive advantage in our state. Members, the other aspect is, so of the $5 million, $3 million could go to that grant program, $2 million to a dairy margin incentive program for one time to help farmers participate in the new federal farm bill and the dairy insurance program that the federal government has started and has created. Much like crop insurance for grain farmers, dairy could have a safety net and a floor in their operations so they can continue to weather the tough times and be there during the thick and the thin. And so that would be $2 million towards that incentive program as well. But dairy is very important to our state. Members, unfortunately, dairy has been losing a dairy farm a day on average in the last year. And so we want to make sure Minnesota stays strong as a dairy producer. And so this is a strong package in support of our dairy farmers across rural Minnesota. And they do such a great job of providing the dairy and the nutrition that we all enjoy, whether it's cheese, milk, ice cream, butter, yogurts. We all appreciate this industry in our state and the hard work that our dairy farmers do every day. Before I leave the dairy topic, I want to talk about another constituent input that I had. And one of the farmers that came, it's a single mother, and she is on her family dairy farm, has taken it over in the Belgrade area. And she is out working in the cold. It was some of the coldest weather we've had in years. And the waters, we were discussing in my office how the waters freeze up, and you know, everything can go wrong in the cold weather. And the tough margins in the dairy industry really were having an impact on her operation. And it's folks like that we are trying to help give some hope to, give some opportunities for innovation, and whether it's a single mother on the farm or any other family farm, we want to keep the dairy industry in our state strong and competitive in the nation and in the worldwide market. Members, another exciting project in this bill is the Soybean Innovation Campus, the crushing plant up in northwest Minnesota that the soybean growers, statewide Soybean Growers Association has brought to us. Senator Johnson has brought this bill forward, and this could be a great opportunity for soybean farmers across the state, but also this $5 million would go towards the research that's part of this soybean crushing project. Most of the rest of this would be private dollars invested by investors or farmers across the state or in the upper Midwest, but it would bring a crushing plant to help improve the value-added opportunity of soybeans in bringing up the price of the local markets, increasing their basis, or not having to pay as big a basis because they'd actually have a crushing plant in that part of the state. Southern Minnesota has a lot of crushing capacity. Polk County in Crookston area, they said in committee, has become the number one soybean county producers in the state. It's still hard for me to believe, but members, soybeans have become a new crop much further north than 20 and 30 years ago. And so this is an exciting soybean innovation campus. They would have a crushing plant as well as a smaller mill or crushing facility so they can do more testing of products. And when that smaller plant isn't doing testing, they will continue crushing soybeans and producing oil and soybean meal and other things. So this is a new innovative opportunity, and we have supported that in here to support our farmers that can help themselves by having this types of value-added opportunity in our state, and we want to embrace those types of projects and be a partner alongside for the research that this will also be taking place. And so, members, those are some exciting parts of the agriculture bill, really taking existing dollars and putting them to very good use and keeping the farmers and their bottom line in mind as partners here at the state and trying to promote what we can to keep our agriculture economy vibrant and help them out in these tough times. And we will get through it. Farmers are resilient. And so, members, those are some key highlights of the Department of Agriculture budget. Let me next move to a couple other provisions of the department under the agriculture. This bill also has some reforms and improvements in co-op memberships or elevators. We had the Ashby elevator in western Minnesota, happens to be part of my Senate district, but we have other elevators in the state that have gone out of business, and farmers have been injured because of bringing grain in and not getting paid for it. And so that was another situation that we had in working with the Department of Ag and the stakeholders group that they convened last fall to work on these issues. We have language in here to enhance the protection of farmers and the security as they bring crops that they know they can get paid for when they deliver them to the elevators. In this situation in Ashby, it was a very tragic situation or unfortunate fraud that has been uncovered to the tunes of millions of dollars. So members, what we do in here is we enhance the inspection of one of the grain buyer's license, which currently did not have inspections. And as the stakeholders group in the Department of Ag looked at this, they brought forward these initiatives, some additional initiatives. So we will have inspections on the grain buyer's license as well as the grain storage. We want to make sure that the grain that they have on site or reported to have off-site actually exists. And in the Ashby situation, the grain didn't exist that was being reported to financial institutions and the Department of Agriculture. And so we need to make sure that there's protections in place for the consumers. We've also added language that the consumers or that the board members, when they're submitting reports to the State Department of Agriculture, they would also have to sign off on them, not just a manager, not just one staff person, but the board members would also, in cooperative situations, have to sign off on those reports, helping to bring more checks and balance to the system, and hopefully, if there's any situations like this that have started or would ever occur, it would be caught much, much sooner. In the Ashby elevator situation, it was about 15 years this had been going on as they've looked back to misappropriated checks and other fraudulent activity that was taking taking place, and it got bigger and bigger, and it finally got so big that it collapsed the company, and at the expense of many farmers that had grain that they had not yet been paid for. And so lastly, we also enhance this by having the Department of Agriculture once a year provide fiduciary obligations information to the board members so they know this is a serious job they have as board members and they have a fiduciary obligation to meet. And so the Department of Agriculture can provide them this information as new board members come on. Lastly, on this issue, members, it's just important that farmers like us bringing cash to the bank, they bring their grain to the elevator, it's the same as cash to them, and they need to be able to get their cash or get it paid for and count on it being paid for when they need it. And so we need to make sure our elevators are secure and a secure place for farmers to put their quote-unquote cash. And so we've got those provisions in this bill as well. Shifting to rural broadband, Mr. President, members, we've got a $30 million investment into rural broadband next year. This is a program, this is something our state is a leader on in helping border-to-border broadband and wire our rural communities, our farms, and many small communities across the state have benefited from this. This would be an additional $30 million on top of the $85 million that has been invested by the state in the last 4 years. This would be an additional $30 million, more than we invested in the last biennium. And the average in the past 4 years since the program was started has been about $17 million a year. This would be a $30 million investment next year into rural broadband, and we want to help continue those projects to wire up with high-speed internet those rural communities and rural residents that don't have it, because it just doesn't make economic sense at this point in time, or there's other barriers to get high-speed internet. And so the Office of Broadband has done a great job of allocating these grants, putting out applications, getting lots of good competitive applications back. And so we want to continue supporting rural broadband. We were told that 91% of the state now has high-speed internet, so there's 9% left. We are going to continue on a path to get that done and let those rural communities that participate in the online world and the great economic development and job opportunities that exist because of the internet today. I have analogized this a lot to the electricity of 80 years ago. We forget. Most of us weren't around even, but we forget that electricity didn't exist on our farms for many years. And so as that electrification happened, it revolutionized agriculture and farms and rural communities, much like the internet today. And so it's today's electricity when you talk about high-speed internet and what it can do for the opportunities, whether it's employment, whether it's small business, whether it's healthcare, whether it's school work for our children. The internet is such an important part of it, and so we want to continue that incentive to help wire up those hard-to-reach areas that otherwise won't see high-speed internet for a long time or maybe never. And so this is $30 million of strong investment towards more border-to-border high-speed internet rural broadband. Members, lastly, let's talk about the Minnesota Housing Finance. That's $105 million. Continue their base budget forward into programs like the Challenge Fund, workforce housing, and also manufactured housing infrastructure investments in this bill. Housing, affordable housing, and workforce housing continues to be a challenge across many communities, most communities in our state, and so we continue investing in those programs, but we also try to help push the envelope to actually more home ownership opportunities. Senator Curran had a bill for investing in preserving manufactured home infrastructure so we don't lose more housing or workforce housing projects, and rather we can enhance them and stretch the dollars even further. We also have trial, a first-time project Senator Draheim brought forward to invest in more work or home ownership funds and to incent and create more home ownership opportunities. And so, members, that is the greatest way to build wealth and to give people a way to participate in the American dream, and that is to start with an affordable home that they can eventually own and they can eventually build from there, but a safe, a warm place to live that they can call home. And so, members, this also incorporates some of that new, innovative, and other ways to look at providing more affordable and workforce housing in our state. We hear numbers of 2,000 and 3,000 and 4,000 units a year we need to add in order to keep up with the demand. Our current projects, we're looking at sometimes just 200, 300, 400 units a year. And so, members, if we don't change the trajectory, we are not going to build our way out of this. And so we need to find more affordable ways. The lowest cost option right now that we know of is to enhance manufactured home parks. We've also increased the opportunity of manufactured home parks here by allowing modular homes to be built and put in the manufactured home parks, which hasn't been allowed before. And so that's a new way to innovate these parks and update them with the 21st century and new modular home building that goes on. Not necessarily tiny homes, but tiny homes is kind of a craze right now. And if we can give folks a very affordably priced modular home or manufactured home and preserve their home ownership opportunity, that is a good thing. And also, some of those dollars could be used to invest in update infrastructure and work with cooperatives that are taking over ownership and allowing the tenants in manufactured parks to become owners of the park. And so that is an opportunity that can exist, especially if we can help with the updating the infrastructure one time as that type of home ownership opportunity would occur. And so, members, with that, that's kind of a broad overview of the bill. I would urge your support. It's very focused on getting dollars out to the field, getting dollars targeted towards value-added opportunities for agriculture, economic development, rural development with high-speed internet, and focusing on getting home ownership as a priority in our state so our families can have a dream of owning their own home and eventually continue to climb up the economic ladder, and it starts with home ownership here in Minnesota. And so, members, I urge your support. I look forward to your questions and discussion. And, Mr. President, we can go ahead with further discussion. Thank you for your time.
Further discussion on Senate File 2226. Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, Chair Westrom and Chair Weber and committee members and staff that worked on this bill. I think you guys did a great job of a real broad bill, with the AURI funding, the Green Seam funding, the farm advocates, the dairy, the mental health, of course, the rural broadband, and housing. So thank you for that. I would like to offer the A39 amendment.
Senator Draheim offers the A39 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Draheim moves to amend Senate File number 2226 as follows: page 55, after line 5, insert. This is the A39 amendment.
To the amendments, Senator Draheim.
Thank you, President. For those of you in the Jobs Committee, you'll recognize this amendment. It's an amendment that I put on the Jobs bill, and it kind of goes to the theme, I guess I'm a broken record, about transparency and some reporting requirements for the Department for Housing. It just lists some items that we think we should track a little bit better and require any grantees or sub-grantees to be in good standings with the state, either the Secretary of State, and the Minnesota Department of Revenue. And then on the back page, 2.1, some of the housing programs have a rating system for people to qualify, and this would require the agency to post those scores that they already score and already rank on a website to people to view. Thank you, President Miller.
Discussion on the Draheim amendment. Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, members, I would rise and urge members to support this. Senator Draheim had talked to me and brought this to my attention earlier and discussed it, and it'd be an amendment I could support adding into the bill.
Any further discussion on the A39 amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. The motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. Further discussion on Senate File 2226, Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Westrom and fellow members of the Agriculture Finance Committee. Took a lot of work to put this bill together. I cannot help but appreciate the funds that are directed to rural broadband. That's a border-to-border benefit to all of our state. I also appreciate the inclusion of the Green Sea money. That's to help southern Minnesota become a Silicon Valley, if you will, of agriculture across the nation. However, I have some concerns about Article 2, Section 1. And with that, Mr. President, I'd like to offer the A40 amendment, please.
Senator Frentz offers the A40 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Friends moves to amend Senate File number 2226 as follows. Page 14, delete Section 1. This is the A40 amendment.
To the amendment, Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, as you can see, what Article 2, Section 1 does is addresses the agricultural emergency account. This is an account which helps farmers, which helps agriculture, which helps our state prepare and respond to disasters. We've had avian influenza. We've had bovine tuberculosis. These are things that threaten the very heart of our agricultural economy. The bill presented would strike the words "and preparedness." And essentially what it says is that the Agricultural Emergency Fund cannot be used to prevent these disasters. Ask ourselves, if you had a fire department whose job was public safety, and you said, here's the money for the fire department, but you cannot tell school kids how to stop starting fires. You can only send the fire trucks there after the fire starts. You might say, that actually doesn't sound like the best use of our funds. Why would farmers want us to support a bill that reduces our preparedness for disease, noxious weeds? We need a secure food source. Commissioner Tom Peterson said in his letter to the chair, this bill fails to restore funding to the agricultural emergency account, which puts Minnesota's livestock industry at risk. Pork producers today tweeted out support for preparedness. That's the national pork producers. I will say that as the Agricultural Finance Omnibus bill is rolled out, I've heard more about this section in my district than all the other parts of it combined, including housing. Senator Rosen and I have districts in which pork production is a major economic driver, and they are very concerned about African swine fever. Some of you may have noticed in the newspaper in the last 3 weeks, African swine fever has wiped out a large part of the Chinese pork production capacity. It's costing them billions and billions of dollars. And the language in Subdivision 1 of Article 2 basically says that this fund money cannot be used by the Department of Agriculture to prepare to protect us from African swine fever. Imagine chronic wasting disease. Palmer amaranth was announced today to be found by a seed screening program in Redwood County. For Senator Dames, Senator Lang, don't we want that screening to take place? Don't we want protection for our farmers to find those possible problems before they occur and before the genie's out of the bottle? With that, I would ask the members to support the A40 amendment and ask this simple question. Do we want to prevent a car crash or simply limit our focus to getting people that are already injured in the car crash to the hospital? A no vote on this amendment sends a message. Let's not send that message. Let's vote yes on the A40 amendment, and let's prevent the crash. And I would like to request a roll call vote, please, Mr. President. Thank you.
A roll call has been requested. A roll call will be granted. Discussion on the Frentz amendment. Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, members, the amendment in front of us, I would urge you to not support. Members, the reason this language is in here is the emergency fund was created 3 years ago when the avian flu virus came through our state. It did not exist before that, and our departments were still prepared before that, to the member from Mankato. And so what we have seen is the department using the emergency funds to fund stuff. Is that better? Oh. Mr. President, that's better. We've got our own little emergency going on here. But, Mr. President, so I would urge members not to support this. This money is for emergency responsiveness, not to fund departments and projects and work they should be doing, which is preparing for issues when they come about as normal course of business. But what we've seen is the emergency funds being diluted down to pay for current budget or agency initiatives that should be part of what they do. Preparing and being ready for responding to an emergency is normal course of business. Was before 3 years ago, and it should continue to be. Remind you again, this emergency fund was not in place prior to 3 years ago. I think Senator Tomassoni was the chair at the time, and that was in response to the avian flu virus that was affecting our turkey industry in our state. And we want those funds there to be available if, heaven forbid, we don't have another emergency like that, but as a pragmatic approach, it may come no matter what we can do at our borders to stop it. And we want the money to be there for an emergency response, not to fund agency and be used up before the emergency hits.
Any further discussion on the A40 amendment? Senator Dietzig.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I stand in support of this amendment. We had the 35W bridge is between Senator Champion and my district, and that collapsed back in 2007. It was a major disaster. We were able to work smoothly, and the different responders from all across the state and all across the city that graciously came and spent days helping look for people, and during those first 24 hours, that rescue was able to go smoothly because they were prepared. They had spent time doing emergency preparedness. Police and fire trained for the preparedness part. This isn't completely dissimilar. When we had the avian flu, I remember that it was a big discussion, and we were very concerned about what would happen. We had turkey plants closing, we had people losing their job. If we can be prepared, and if farmers and the ag industry can be prepared, I think that will help reduce and minimize any impacts for when the next big thing comes, be it bovine tuberculosis or this African swine fever. I think it is, the next thing is coming, but we just need to be prepared. So that's why I stand and I urge you to back this so we can be prepared. Thank you.
Further discussion on the amendment? Senator Weber.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Basically, I wish to rise in opposition to this amendment. I think that Senator Westrom is exactly correct when he mentioned that the normal course of operations should be preparing for these disasters anyway. as we look at some of the issues that, as relates to animal health and problems around the world, we also have to recognize that we have a great deal of effort going on the part of USDA to keep those type of things from hitting our border. And the reality of it is that we have a lack of emergency funds when, quite frankly, those funds keep getting used for normal, everyday operations of the department. And so I don't believe that that language is necessary, that they wish to preserve, and that we should vote no on this particular amendment.
Further discussion on the amendment, Senator Frentz.
Well, thank you again, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Weber. Setting aside the comment that we may trust the federal government to handle anything between our state's borders, I'll just mention that when we talk about the normal course of operation, that's what this bill changes. The normal course of operation in the Agricultural Emergency Fund is that the department prevents outbreak of disease and noxious weeds. What this bill does is changes the normal course of operation so that that fund cannot be used for preparedness, and that is exactly why I bring this amendment, to ask those of us that represent agriculture in our districts to make the greatest possible effort to support preparedness in the Agricultural Emergency Fund, in the Department of Agriculture, and statewide. Thank you, Mr. President.
Seeing no further discussion on the amendment, the Secretary will take the roll. All senators having voted who have the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 31 ayes and 35 nays, the motion is not adopted. The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Further discussion on Senate File 2226, Senator Tomassoni.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have an A38 amendment.
Senator Tomassoni offers the A38 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Tomassoni moves to amend Senate File number 2226 as follows. Page 71, after line 29, insert. This is the A38 amendment.
To the amendment, Senator Tomassoni.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, the A38 amendment is a reasonable response to an issue that is happening in my Senate district in Keewatin regarding about 14 landowners who are living in homes that are on the property of a company by the name of Glacier Iron Ore. The issue is that there's a 35-acre parcel within Itasca County that is in the boundaries of the city of Keewatin, and these people who live in these homes have been, this dates back to the 1940s, and they pay a lease fee or a license fee to Glacier Property as well as property taxes. They've been notified that these lease fees will be increased, and they could be increased to the point where they are exorbitant. Many of these people are on fixed incomes and may be kicked out of their homes with no recourse or compensation, and many won't have no reasonable chance of selling their homes. So what this does is it says that yes, this company may increase the lease fees, but by not more than 10% a year and not more than once in any year. And it also has the Itasca County Board approving this legislation so that it doesn't go into effect until the board does approve it. And the city is very concerned about the fact that these 14 people have lived here for quite a while. They may not be prepared to pay these unreasonable fees and don't know how high these fees could possibly get. They could get very high very quickly. So this is just an attempt to give everybody a little piece of the pie and allow these people to stay in their homes in a reasonable way. I've spoken to the author of the bill, and I believe he's okay with this amendment.
To the Thomasoni amendment, Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, I had previously discussed this with Senator Thomasoni, and I'm okay with this amendment.
Members, any further discussion on the A38 amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. The motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. Further discussion on Senate File 2226, Senator Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the A34 amendment. Just clarifies
Hold
back
on,
in
Senator
2017.
Hoffman. Senator Hoffman, hold on, please. Hold on.
Thank you.
Senator Hoffman offers the
Senator Matthews.
A34 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Hoffman moves to amend Senate File 2226 as follows. Page 39 after line 2, insert. This is the A34 amendment.
All right, to your amendment, Senator Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, in 2017, we created legislation that did a unified system permitting what they call local units, and this just clarifies what should have been done in 2017, that under the State Ag Society, that the Department of State, also known as the State Fairgrounds, it's a simple fix. I hope you vote yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. President.
Discussion on the A34 amendment, Senator Marty.
Mr. President, would Senator Hoffman yield?
Senator Hoffman will yield. Senator Marty.
Mr. President, Senator Hoffman, what is the impact of making the State Fairgrounds a local government unit?
Senator Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. President. And good senator from Roseville, I don't know the answer to your question because it's about impact. It's about parity, to making sure that we have the parity across the state regarding this legislation.
Senator Marty.
Mr. President, Senator Hoffman, the State Agricultural Society is not a local government. They don't have property taxes. It's the State Fairgrounds. I think many of us go there. I think there's a other agenda behind this amendment. I cannot recall what it was. I think I saw this in another committee. 5G. It was to give a break to certain telecommunications companies who were negotiating with the State Fairground. That reminds me, yes. This is not making parity for them. This is simply saying that one of the telecommunications providers that didn't want to negotiate and participate in their attempts to put in a 5G system for all telecom communicators was doing it on their own. And then they realized that maybe that wasn't such a good deal and they didn't like it. Now they may have to pay more under the current system. So by making them a local government unit in this purpose, it has the impact of capping the amount of fees they can charge there. And the State Fair says that's unfair to all the other telecommunication companies. I can't remember which one it is that was asking for this, but the other companies did not think this was a fair idea. I don't think this is an appropriate amendment for the ag bill on the Senate floor and urge you to reject the amendment. This is not the way to change our state laws to give a special favor to one company, and I don't think this is appropriate, and I strongly urge you to reject this.
Further discussion on the amendment, Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request a roll call on this amendment.
Roll call is requested. A roll call will be granted. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I'll just add a little bit to what Senator Marty said. Yes, it was Verizon who came forward and proposed this language. The State Agricultural Society came forward and strenuously opposed this language, and the matter was not voted on and was held over. And clearly not included in the bill. And Senator Marty is correct. The State Agricultural Society has had a very productive negotiation with all the other telecom providers so that folks who attend the state fair can use their phones adequately, use 5G, et cetera. One particular company wants to do something different and completely overcome and frankly be able to use state fairgrounds property as they see fit. The underlying language was the product of a bill that was passed in the last biennium in which the telecoms were able to basically roll over local units of government and use public property at the price that they saw fit and in the manner that they saw fit, with a very low threshold and bar for the permitting regimen that local units of government had already established. And so that particular company, even though all the other companies are in a productive conversation with the Agricultural Society, Verizon wants to go it alone and basically use the property on the state fair for free in its own manner. I'll just note for the record, again, that the State Agricultural Society is very, very much opposed to this language.
Further discussion, Senator Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, it's not appropriate for somebody to question intent in the Senate floor, and I just want to make that very clear to Senator Marty, Mr. President, that the Met Council is not considered a local government either, and that the state fair should be treated like everybody else.
Further discussion, Senator Marty.
Mr. Chairman, pursuant to Rule 35, I challenge the germaneness in the amendment.
Senator Marty challenges the germaneness. Senator Marty?
Mr. Chairman, under Rule 35, a non-germane amendment includes one that relates to a substantially different subject, providing a special rate for changing it in a way that will have an impact that will provide one telecommunication company a reduced rate for their towers. Is a substantially different subject from the rest of the ag bill, and it's intended to accomplish a substantially different purpose than the original bill, which is the Agriculture and Housing Finance Bill.
Members' advice?
Mr. President.
Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, advice. Mr. President, this amendment, the reason it is forward on this bill, which I did tell the author I support the underlying amendment, but Mr. President, the reason it's brought forward is the Ag Society is part of this bill and part of the Department of Agriculture, which is the jurisdiction we have under these bills. And so, Mr. President, I share that advice as you look at the germaneness. That's the reason it's germane to this bill, as it pertains to the Ag Society, which is the State Fair, which is part of the Department of Agriculture.
Members, any further advice? I rule that the point of order is well taken and the amendment is not germane. Further discussion on Senate File 2226. I have a list here. Senator Champion is next on my list. Senator Dibble, I'll get you on the list.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the opportunity to speak. I offer Amendment A, the A51 amendment, Mr. President.
Senator Champion offers the A51 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Champion moves to amend Senate File number 2226 as follows. Page 40, line 16, delete. This is the A51 amendment.
To the amendment, Senator Champion.
Thank you, Mr. President. The A51 amendment is an attempt to get this body to join me in reinstituting or restoring some funding that was given to a worthwhile organization known as Build Wealth Minnesota. Just in case you don't know, Build Wealth Minnesota is a nonprofit agency with a primary mission to do the following. Number one, strengthen underserved communities. That's one of its primary missions, along with empowering families, and I like to underline families, to build sustainable social and economic wealth, and also improve home ownership rates. In the African American community, you probably know, when you think in terms of home ownership rates, when you compare African Americans' home ownership rates to that of whites, African Americans are somewhere south of 41%, while home ownership rates for whites is north of 71%. We know that the threshold to improving wealth is home ownership, and this is one of the opportunities that we are given that's before us. What Build Wealth Minnesota also does is that it helps to change the mindset of communities facing challenges caused by current economic conditions and other factors that fuel poverty in our neighborhoods. And we know that poverty is the enemy to prosperity. And so what Build Wealth Minnesota attempts to do is fuel generational wealth, not generational poverty. So we are asking you to restore the $1 million. This is what this bill does. Build Wealth Minnesota, from the 2016 equity bill that Senator Hayden and I had the pleasure of ushering through this body, and it was done on a bipartisan basis. We understood that in order to make sure that we remain globally competitive here in the state of Minnesota, it was for us to be intentional about lifting those communities into opportunities of prosperity and while decreasing conditions of poverty. What Build Wealth Minnesota also does is it provides residential loans, stabilizing loan fund, closing cost assistance, and home buyer education. Remember, I said one of the primary functions of Build Wealth Minnesota is to increase home ownership rates in order to make sure that we are building building generational prosperity. And so this amendment, again, restores that $1 million, and it takes the funds from the manufacturing grants. And the manufacturing home grants, there's $5 million that has been placed in that fund. $1 million of that $5 million came from Build Wealth Minnesota. We're just asking to restore the $1 million to Build Wealth, and the manufacturing homes fund still retains $4 million. What will this do? Clearly, it allows for us to diversify opportunities of affordable housing across the state. We do believe it's important in order to consider manufactured homes for a demographic that sees that as a possibility, but we also know that these manufactured homes are not built in the metropolitan areas as much as they are in other areas. That's for a number of reasons. One is land use and moving these homes once that land is no longer available. Notwithstanding any of that, what this does is, again, creates opportunities for people to build wealth by home ownership. And how do we do that? By making sure that we can diversify these opportunities. And in my opinion, this is what I call deeply affordable housing, because people have an opportunity to own. And so for that reason, Mr. President, I'm hoping that my good friend, Senator Westrom, will see this as a friendly amendment.
Discussion on the A51 amendment. Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, members, I would urge you not to support this amendment as we have worked hard to bring forth a balanced bill, a bill that focuses on home ownership as a key priority and bringing opportunities for those least cost per unit projects to move forward so we have homes for people to own. If we don't have affordable homes and properties for home ownership, you can talk all we want, but we have to get units out there so there's availability for families, whether it's in Minneapolis or whether it's St. Cloud, whether it's in Thief River Falls. They need those projects and the units available in order to even have something to own. And so as we've put this together, that's been a key priority, and with the funding we have, we've focused on that. And so, members, I would urge you to keep the priority on actual home ownership and advancing manufactured home parks that can be preserved or created and developed with the improved infrastructure so there's actual modular or manufactured homes for individuals to own and purchase and start participating in the home ownership dream.
Further discussion on the amendment, Senator Hayden.
Well, good. Well, thank you, Mr. President, and I rise in favor of Senator Champion's amendment. And members, as Senator Champion articulated, I did have the opportunity to usher this provision in a few years ago as part of the equity provision. And if you remember, members that were here, this idea really came from trying to level the playing field for those in our state and in our country that have been traditionally marginalized and have not been able to realize a lot of the things that many of us realize. And we were doing that by the principles of making sure that people had the basic education that they need, and if they had that, they were then able to go into training programs and vocational programs and other academic pursuits. We also put a lot of this work in entrepreneurship, and a lot of us, when we go to lunch and do shopping in these corridors here, University Avenue, Payne, and others, have been able to shop and to do commerce with those folks. But another key provision is what Senator Champion is trying to put back today, which is this issue of wealth creation and wealth building, right? So not just staying flat, but to grow. And the major way, one of the most important ways that we've done that in this country is through buying a home. And that's what Build Wealth primarily does, is it allows people, it teaches them, if they don't know what it is to to build their credit, it teaches them how it works, how the finance system works. And it also then takes you, if you're progressing, it allows you and helps you to help subsidize you to be able to buy a home, with the hopes then that that home will gain in equity. And then as the equity continues to grow, many of us understand how this works. You can then use that to get a different house as your family grows, or as your family plateaus. You can take that equity and you can start a business, or you can help subsidize your children's education so that the next generation has this opportunity. And so, Mr. President and Senator Westrom, I'm not quite sure about this issue of not having enough housing units. That ebbs and flows, and right now vacancy rates may be a little low, but there's always been plenty enough houses. There just hasn't been plenty enough money in people's pockets to be able to buy those houses. And so what Senator Champion proposes, and what we would hope, is that this is an opportunity for people to get that hand up so that they can participate. And I will draw the members to what's going to happen in the next few days as we look at our criminal corrections budget, as we look at our health and human service budget. Many of us have talked about how that's unsustainable, and you're going to hear some of my colleagues here say how they need to flatten that out and control the cost of that. Well, a part of that is people not having the dollars, the wealth that they need in order to get off of these public systems, to get off of the child care system. You're going to hear a lot about that, to figure out how they can afford their health care, how they can get off of just social welfare. These are measures that intend to be sustainable to help people get off of that. We hear that a lot. Something is unsustainable. Well, this is a sustainable way in which to do so. So I applaud Senator Champion. I would hope that the body can see what we're trying to do here. I would hope that we would make sure that people who have traditionally over this country and this state's history has not been able to participate. This is just one tool, one small tool in the toolbox, and once again, we'll set ourselves backwards if we continue to take those tools away from people who need it so that they can have a sustainable way to participate in this state's economy.
Further discussion on the amendment, Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, members, briefly, I just also want to bring members' attention to lines 44.19 to 44.21. The bill does provide $2.5 million of grant opportunity for this organization as well as others. But the language I just brought to your attention, 44.19, priority must be given to organizations that have worked with the underserved communities. And so we have that language in here. They would be eligible for this grant of $2.5 million in the bill. They're just not line itemed as a guarantee, just like many others that would be applying. But they can bring forward, and we give priorities to the underserved communities in this language as well. So I just wanted to make members well aware of that language that is in this bill, and that they would be eligible for grants to apply for as opposed to just being directly called out.
Further discussion on the amendment, Senator Champion.
Thank you, Mr. President, again. Before I forget, Mr. President, I am requesting a roll call.
Roll call has been requested. A roll call will be granted. Senator Champion.
Thank you again, Mr. President. Senator Westrom has worked really hard on this bill, and I understand it. I understand he's laid out some of the guiding principles in the bill. But where I lose Senator Westrom is in the implementation of the guiding principles that he articulates. Here's what I'm saying. Here's why I make that statement, Mr. President. First, he says it is important that this bill is balanced, that there's geographical balance, and that there's a balance when we think in terms of how we approach our focus on home ownership. And that's key, because when you say focus on home ownership and geographical balance, that means you want to focus intentionally, and I'm underscoring the word intentionally, to implement strategies across the state of Minnesota. Sort of the way that he says that a certain percentage of some grants must be given out or handed out in rural Minnesota. The only problem is he doesn't have the same level of balance and consideration for urban and the metropolitan area. I don't think that's the way we want to make this approach, take this approach, and I'm not taking that approach. In fact, the reason why I'm asking for restoration of the $1 million to Build Wealth Minnesota is because it does recognize, by leaving $4 million in the manufactured homes grant pool, allows for there to be consideration of that type of home owners, of those type of home ownership opportunities throughout Minnesota. But if we're being also true to what the empirical data suggests to us, is that in the Twin Cities, Mr. President, manufactured homes and those parks and those and those areas where those homes are located are dwindling in the metropolitan area. So to put all the money, a big chunk of the money in one area, means you're not looking at or appreciating or willing to invest in other parts of the state. Yes, I noticed that Senator Westrom says that on lines 44.19 and 44.21 that it provides for these grants that people can compete for. But there is a difference between a competitive grant and being very intentional, because that means that there's a strategy that you're using in order to make sure that there's real consideration. When Senator Hayden and I focused on the equity bill, we made sure intentionally that there was geographical balance from all various communities, rural Minnesota, suburbia, urban Minnesota, and we did it for small businesses, concentration on adult basic education, because we understood that we need to make sure that we lifted all boats and made sure all individuals had an opportunity to go forward. And so with this being said, Mr. President, I would like to also remind the body that even if one is interested in ascertaining and manufacture homes, you have to have land. And land is dwindling. And in order to have land, there has to be a willing seller, a willing buyer, and product. And we know that is not happening. So we should not only look at manufactured homes, but we should also continue to support initiatives that's been beneficial for other communities as well. And so for that reason, I'm asking for the body to support diversification, to support opportunity, and to support this opportunity for all of us to be able to find an affordable housing option that we are pleased with.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing no further discussion, the Secretary will take the roll on the A51 amendment. All senators having voted who have the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 29 ayes and 38 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Further discussion on Senate File 2226, Senator Dietzig.
Sorry, Mr. President, we have to play musical chairs. Would Senator Westrom yield for some questions?
Senator Westrom will yield. Senator Dietzig.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Westrom, on page 4422, we have the Distribution of Housing Investment Fund and Housing Affordability Fund. And in there, we're splitting the money equally between the Twin Cities metropolitan area and the non-metropolitan area. But we don't actually define Twin Cities metro area. It is defined later in the bill, and in some other parts in the bill, where it refers to the metropolitan area or Twin City metropolitan area, it is part of a statute that defines metropolitan area in statute. And so this one doesn't. So I'm just wondering if you know if that needs to be defined, or just for the record, if you could just talk about what you believe that should be.
Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, Senator Dietzick, I'll follow up with staff briefly as well to get a little more clarification. I know it was one of the members of our committee's language that we brought in, but generally, Senator Dietzick, I think the 7-county metro area is viewed as the metro area, and counties outside that are not the metro area.
Senator Dietzick.
Thank you, Mr. President. In this section and a few other parts of the bill, you also talk about dividing it equally between the metropolitan area and non-metropolitan area. And so I understand that we want that balance, and we do that in some other bills. And the angel investment tax credit, when we had that, we said, you know, it needs to be divided, and it needs to be, we actually put aside 50% of the money for Greater Minnesota or for businesses owned by women so that we had parity across the state. But we also then put it a cutoff date so that it allowed, we didn't want to leave money on the table. So if either pool was not fully used by like September 1st, then it opened up to anybody. And so my concern is here, if we're just putting money aside, how are they going to implement it? And so does the Minnesota Housing Finance have to literally say, okay, we're going to give X amount of money. We've got grants that came in, and it's X amount of money for the metro area, and there's not X amount of money for the rural, or vice versa. Do they have to wait? Or is it kind of just in a year and generally that we need to have the money split? And I suppose I didn't ask if Senator Westrom would yield for that question.
Senator Dietzick, you asked them to yield for a series of questions, so we'll count that as asking. Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, maybe I can pause and go get a drink of water, Senator Dietzick, and I'll get back to the series of questions. Mr. President, Senator Dietzick, we're looking at the language further, but I think there was language something to do with to the extent practicable, but that's the intent here, that there would be a division within a margin of error, of course. And Mr. President, just while I've got the floor, Senator Dietzick, I did talk to staff. There is a definition of metro and rural areas in statute. And while we could cross-reference that in the language you just proposed earlier, staff is suggesting we don't need to, but if it would make you feel more comfortable, I would view that as a friendly amendment to the bill. But staff has indicated it's not necessary, but it is available in statute, and we could add the cross-reference to help further define that. But if that answers your question.
Senator Dietzick.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Westrom. For the Twin Cities metropolitan definition, I just wanted it on the record, so I appreciate that. I believe they are talking about Section 473.121, Subdivision 2, and that does define the 7-county Twin Cities metro area, but there are a few little carve-outs in Anoka County. And you mentioned to the extent practicable, and that is actually in other areas around line 5520 when we're doing that. And so I do have the A30 amendment, which does add that language to the extent practical, so that just when Housing Finance is actually doing this and they understand that their goal is to divide it equally between the metro and non-metro, but I think having that language gives them flexibility so they don't literally leave money on the table by literally saying, all right, we gave $1 to the rural, and now we have to wait for a request from $1 from Greater Minnesota. So I think having that language would be helpful.
Senator Dietzick offers the A30 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Dietzick moves to amend Senate File 2226 as follows, page 44, line 24. This is Amendment A30.
Discussion to the A30 amendment. Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, members, I would view this as a friendly amendment and would urge members to support the Dietzick amendment.
Any further discussion to the A30 amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of adopting the A30 signify by saying aye. Opposed, say no. The motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, if either Senator Westrom or Senator Newman would yield, I had a question about an item that pertains to transportation.
Senator Dibble, I think you have to pick one that you're going to ask.
All right, I'll ask Senator Newman first, and then and if he wants to toss it over to Senator Westrom, he can do so.
Senator Newman will yield. Senator Dibble.
So, Senator Newman, I'm just curious about the provision on the bottom, that starts on the bottom of page 44. It's section 1 of Article 4, and it has to do with allowing vehicles to tow over-dimensional loads if that load is being conducted by a party that has a building mover license. The building being moved is not a temporary structure. The over-dimensional load is a manufactured home, or the over-dimensional load is a modular home. I'm curious to know the reason for this. I'm wondering if you know about it. It didn't come to transportation, and so I'm just curious. It seems to be a transportation matter because it has to do with licensing under the Commissioner of Transportation. So if we know anything about this, what we're seeking to achieve, what problem we're solving.
Senator Newman.
Mr. President, I do not remember seeing this in the Transportation Committee before, and I could be wrong, but I just don't remember seeing it. However, in reading it, it would appear that this is an exception whereby the Commissioner of Transportation could license a building mover to assist in moving mobile homes, is what it looks to me like, or modular homes, and would perhaps cut through any unnecessary red tape. But that's the best explanation I can offer, other than to say it would appear to me to be something that would fall under the jurisdiction of the Transportation Committee. But I also, having read it in the bill, I have no objection to it.
Senator Dibble.
So, Mr. President, if Senator Westrom could perhaps help us understand, and of course I'm asking as the minority lead for the Transportation Committee. This is a transportation matter. It's in the Ag Bill. It didn't come to transportation. I did look up the legislative history, and it was referred to agriculture and, never referred over to transportation. Senator Westrom being the chief author.
Senator Westrom, will you yield? Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, Senator Dibble, the language deals with allowing manufactured home moving, manufactured homes also to be moved on the highways. Senator Eichhorn had brought this bill forward. We didn't have there wasn't a request or a need to send it to the Transportation Committee as it was looked over, and that's the information I had received, Senator Dibble. So, but it pertains to manufactured homes and how they can be moved, and clarifies some language is what the intent is behind it.
Senator Dibble.
Well, thank you. Senator Eichhorn will yield, please. I'm still trying to understand what problem was identified that we're solving with this language. I'd also be interested in knowing whether or not the Department of Transportation and or the Department of Public Safety have weighed in on this language.
Senator Eichhorn will yield. Senator Eichhorn.
Yeah, and this came from language from some of the manufactured and modular housing associations that was worked on by several groups, and this was part of the agreed upon language. If you have any additional questions beyond that. This is what was worked out between all the groups.
Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. I suspect this is not a big deal, but this is why we have items that refer to particular subject areas be referred to the appropriate committee. This is clearly a transportation matter, and maybe these questions could have been answered there and not here at this hour of 7:40 on Tuesday evening. But I'm still curious. I mean, we still haven't heard exactly what problem was identified that this solves. I mean, can anyone answer that question, Mr. President?
There are no other hands being raised to speak. Any further discussion to Senate File 2226? Senator Marty.
Mr. President, I wanted to raise a few concerns about the bill. I appreciate the fact that there's broadband funding in it. It's frustrating to see people repeatedly say, well, yeah, it's not 70 million, it's something though, and it is, it's 30 million substantial. But saying that we couldn't do better because the budget target is there, I think we should recognize budget targets are set by the legislature, and if people want to invest more in something like broadband because it's a wise investment for Greater Minnesota, we ought to invest more in it. And I'd say the same thing holds true in housing in general in this bill. I remember when this bill was up in Finance Committee, I think Senator Nelson, you were talking very nicely about your concern that no school kid should be homeless, and a strong concern, and I think that's appropriate, and I think a lot of us share your belief in that. But we do have a housing crisis. We do have a lot of homeless folks, and this bill doesn't really address that. It shifts some of the funding around to different types of housing, and that may be good, may be bad. But the bottom line is there's some very important housing fund issues that could have been addressed. There was an opportunity to address here that we failed to do. So again, that's a simple one of budget target and the amount of money we're going to invest in this, and I believe we ought to be investing more in housing. I think we do have a housing crisis in the state, and we ought to be addressing that. But I also want to address a couple of specific concerns about policy provisions in the bill. One of them is the one where you're redefining pastures, and I think that was done in response to a couple of cases where some projects people they felt the state was regulating too harshly on pasture land. The difficulty with this is the way it's worded. I believe that you're going to be able to take land that none of us really consider a pasture, land without much cover on it, and you could use it, basically have a feedlot that you're not going to have any ability for the PCA to regulate, and that's a lot of manure that's going to be going into our water system. I think that it may be appropriate to address some little tweaks to make sure that pasture lands are fairly characterized, but this goes far beyond that, and I believe it's going to be a detriment to the waters of our state, and I think that's a big mistake. And then wanted to comment on the Forever Green program, which I think is something that both parties have recognized as the value of that. I think it's a great opportunity for farmers. It's good for the environment. And University of Minnesota, where the first green revolution may have come from, I think a lot of people there believe this is going to be a big step forward for agriculture in Minnesota. And one more time, we're not providing funding for it. And even when we have been in the past, it's been 1 year at a time. And trying to get grad students and researchers to invest 3 or 4 years of their time in Forever Green is not something that happens when they have to rely on 1 year at a time funding. So I think that's a short-sighted change. And largely, this bill seems to, in terms of agriculture, seems to be very status quo at a time when the agricultural economy is struggling. I think a lot of us saw the Facebook posting of the young dairy farmer who was in tears over the situation he was in. I think we all agonize over seeing things like that. I think we should be investing more in some of these areas. I'm glad we're putting in, it sounds like maybe one more mental health counselor for farmers. That's pretty small investment for a state this big. I think that this bill, there's a lot of good things in the bill, but it's too little for the challenges out there. I wish the bill would have done further, and I do think there are some problems with it, such as the change in the pasture land regulation, because this may be reasonable for some small farmers with pasture land that they were being pressed on unfairly or something, but I think the bottom line is that a lot of big feedlot operators are going to be able to use this to avoid any regulation, and I think it's going to hurt our groundwater and surface waters, and I object to that provision. And I wish we could have done better on this bill. I think the targets are something the majority sets, and then they say this is what we have and that's all they can do. But I don't think that's a good excuse at a time when the farm economy is hurting, at a time when we have a housing crisis. I believe we could do better than this.
The Secretary will give Senate File 222. Senator Weber.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wish to rise and speak on a couple elements as included in this bill. I think in my role as the policy chair for agriculture, rural development, and housing policy, I serve as the co-chair of MAILC, and in that organization we work closely with the farm business management folks of Minnesota. And indeed, mental health issues have arisen in rural Minnesota, and the $125 million that has been allocated here for additional funds to react, I think, is an important element to note. And I think that we have, there are other mental health issues, obviously, that arise all across this state, and they are being dealt with in separate legislation. But certainly within this program, this is going to enable them to bring on an additional person and in the long term be able to continue on and having these services available to the farmers of Minnesota. Senator Westrom has reacted strongly to the dairy needs and within this bill, and we recognize that this is an important element, particularly with the extreme situation in which they find themselves today. And finally, I want to talk about housing. You know, one of the comments that I made in committee, I wish, quite frankly, to make here. And in the last few years, we've been talking about the cost of housing. We've been talking about how affordable workforce housing, quite frankly, is no longer affordable. As you look at the Housing First study that was conducted, we find that Minnesota has got a substantially higher cost in terms of the housing that is provided within this state. And there are indeed questions that need to be raised and issues that need to be looked at. And as we look at that, instead of having some of the industry and the department come to us with some solutions as it relates to that, basically what we've seen is more of the same. We've seen requests for more money to pursue the same policies and programs that, quite frankly, have proven to be problematic and have not responded to the needs for housing within this state. And yes, we have done some transferring of funds within this budget, quite frankly, as we try to get to provide some money for manufactured housing, to provide some money to allow restoration of some of these parks. And we also need to recognize that, quite frankly, manufactured housing, modular homes, pre-engineered homes, whatever you want to call them, quite frankly, have changed in recent years, and they have become a very viable option for people's entry into the home ownership market. And we need to be cognizant of that, and we need to direct money towards that in order for them for that type of housing to be developed further. And I think that we've made a start as we address that issue, but we are going to need to address that issue further. And I think we need to recognize that in doing so, we have to look at some of the ways in which we've been doing business, just rather than simply adding money to programs that, quite frankly, have proven ineffective in dealing with the problem. And so, thank you, Senator Westrom, for the work that you have done in this bill, and I urge everyone to vote for it. Thank you.
Members, if there are no further amendments, we will give the bill its third reading. Seeing none, the Secretary will give Senate File 2226 its third reading.
Senate File number 2226, a bill for an act relating to agriculture.
Third reading. Further discussion, Senator Bigham.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I had the honor of attending an industrial hemp forum hosted by the Department of Agriculture this past winter, and actually Senator Herr was there with me. Members, the room was absolutely packed. It had over 300 current and future industrial hemp farmers were in attendance, and it was a diverse and eclectic group of farmers and interested parties. There were speakers on everything from seeds to end-use products like food and insulation. Members, this bill eliminates $600,000 from the industrial hemp program. It basically zeroes out the program. The popularity and the potential of this program should not be underestimated. There are approximately 481 industrial hemp farmers in Minnesota. Wisconsin, 248. South Dakota and Iowa, they don't have state-funded programs, but with the passage of the federal farm bill legalizing industrial hemp, that will certainly change next year. With nearly 500 industrial hemp farmers, this is not the year, members, to eliminate the funding for this rapidly growing industry. Minnesota Hemp Farms is in my district, Denmark Township to be exact. John Strophus owns the company, and he's a farmer. And I've gotten to know this outstanding businessman, and more importantly, a tremendous advocate for all things industrial hemp. See, members, he's innovative. He sees the entrepreneurial opportunities for Minnesota's economy. Farmer Strophus let me know that he went to Fargo this past weekend, Monday, and had a meeting with the Northern Crops Institute. And in 30 days, his company will be providing the hemp for pasta, chips, bread, and pizza crust. Now I'm hungry. For a large Minnesota food company that will use that plant base in frozen pizza in Minnesota. Like, this is about jobs, members. The industrial hemp program is about jobs. It's also about food, supplements, clothing, insulation, and even oil. There's an opportunity for Minnesota to be the center, the headquarters, the top of the line for industrial hemp market. This would be fantastic news for our economy, for our workforce, but more importantly, for our agriculture industry and community. The lack of support for the industrial hemp program in this bill is very concerning and very disappointing. Thank you, members.
Final discussion on the bill, Senator Herr.
Thank you, Mr. President. There's some good provision in this bill, but overall, it's hard for me to vote for this bill, mostly because of the lack of funding. And even a very tiny provision, the very, very tiny provision, like almost like a flake in a bucket, that I want to make members here aware of. We all know that we have aging farmers in our state. And at the same time, we have a new crop of people, the emerging farmer or the minority ethnic farmers. Many of the ethnic minority have a strong farming heritage. And you know who I'm talking about when you go to farmers market on the weekends. As the number of these entrepreneurs grow, the smaller the plots will become in the metro area. Our state should provide opportunity for them to own and to run large-scale farming
as the next step, so that they don't move out to other state for farming opportunity, like to own cattle farms, chicken farms, or hemp farms. And there have been a number members in my community taking this opportunity to southern states and even to Northern California for hemp farming. Like Senator Friend just said earlier, that Minnesota is a Silicon Valley for farming. And so let's make that possible. I appreciate Senator Westrom for the understanding. And he did include the provision in this omnibus bill. But at the same time, I'm disappointed that there's no dollars like many items in this bill. And so I cannot vote for this bill, but I just want to, and this is not the only reason that I will vote no, because there are larger provisions, including housing, treaty seed, and other subject matters. But this is just a tiny provision that I just want to make members here aware that that's one of the tiny reasons that I'm going to vote no for this bill. Thank you.
Final discussion on the bill, Senator Eakin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. President, and members. I will be supporting this bill. There are some good things in this bill, and Senator Westrom has talked about many of those already, one of which I think is important is the mental health funding that's so important at this time during the crisis that's being faced in greater Minnesota. I do, however, want to express some concerns about those things that are not in the bill, which I'm hoping will change as it moves through the conference committee process. I understand that the target was way too low, especially given, again, the needs that people have in greater Minnesota on the farms and agricultural communities that are experiencing economic decline and economic hardship. One of the things that has already been spoken to is that of the hemp program, which I think is could be extremely important in providing more opportunity for our farmers. Senator Bigham had already talked about the tremendous opportunity that really exists in the hemp program. And I do think that we should continue supporting that program. I'm concerned about the message that's being sent by zeroing out the funding for this program at a time when it's just starting to take off, as the federal government has delisted it from the controlled substance list. And believe me, there's a tremendous amount of competition to attract the businesses that would be developed as a result of hemp production in our state. I think it's important to note that I know Senator Bigham had already talked about what's happening in some of our neighboring states. Wisconsin has about 2,000 hemp applications now, and so there's, again, tremendous competition taking place. Minnesota producers need efficient and comprehensive licensing support to develop the supply and production systems that we so desperately need in order to compete effectively with our neighboring states. Also, I thought I'd mention that the homework starts with home. This it was a pilot project that's been highly successful in reducing the number of students who were homeless. And stability in housing is so critically important to students' abilities to succeed in school. Students who have stability in their housing score better on math and reading. If they don't have stable housing, they're more inclined to have mental health issues and problems. They need stability for social and academic success. So for that reason, I'm hoping that, again, in the conference committee process, we're able to find funding for that program. Stable housing provides the critical foundation for learning. Stable housing moves us to more stable families, and more stable families makes us a stronger state. So housing should not be a barrier for these students in their educational journeys. Then another issue is that of noxious weeds. This is extremely important. I'll be addressing this on the environmental bill as well. But the needs far outweigh the resources as far as getting out ahead of the Palmer amaranth that's been spreading across the state. They've just discovered now that Palmer amaranth has actually been spreading through cow manure that so from cattle feed that the cattle have been eating, and so we found that there's another pathway that Palmer amaranth is spreading through our state. This is a real concern for farmers, and again, we need to get out ahead of that. And local governments, farmers, they want and they need the technical assistance and coordination that would be provided by the Minnesota Department of Agriculture to get out ahead of these noxious weed problems. So again, as we move forward, I hope that we address these critically important needs in our conference committee process. As I said, I am going to be supporting this bill. There are good things in this bill, but I don't want the perfect to be the enemy of the good here. So let's build on what we have as we move forward. And thank you.
Final discussion on the bill, Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill, and I thank Senator Westrom particularly for including 3 provisions that are extremely important to my constituents. One, I have a large number of farmers who have told me about the stresses that they have faced year after year, particularly right now regarding the high cost of inputs and the low cost of commodities, and then combine that with the weather. And it's been an exceptionally stressful time for many farmers, and some in an unprecedented manner. And so I so appreciate the additional funding for just one more, but an important addition for farmer mental health services. And already the one farmer mental health service provider that we have has been very successful, and across the state, farmers are glad to see that no matter where they're going, they are getting this information in hand, they are telling me, that tells them about the support that is available to them and how to contact. So I appreciate Senator Westrom for including this provision. I have a good number of dairy farms in my district, and so I greatly appreciate the 2 provisions for the dairy farmers, the 6 cents per hundredweight for the subsidy, and then the Dairy Modernization and Innovation Act. They have spoken to me about both of these provisions, and I thank Senator Westrom for including them. I also have 14 townships in my district, and they have had a difficult time, some of them, with the lack of high-speed broadband. It impacts the farmers because so much technology now relies upon that. They have the iPads right in their cabs that show exactly what type of yield they're getting in their crops, and yet without the technology, they can't use that. It impacts the students who cannot do their homework, their research, their reports at home because they can't get high-speed internet. So I believe the investment in broadband is very worthwhile for all, and I just thank Senator Westrom for including these provisions.
Final discussion on the bill, Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd just like to thank the good senator from Elbow Lake for bringing this bill forward. I think this is a terrific bill. It recognizes several of the needs that we have across the state. I think of the housing needs, the dairy issues, funding broadband. This bill really does a good job of addressing those needs. One thing I think when you think of Minnesota, you think of research. You think of medical research, you think of technology research, and this bill also recognizes agricultural research. In particular, there's a facility in my district that is looking to expand on research, and I think that's a pretty critical part. We have a soybean, Minnesota is the 3rd largest soybean producer in the country. And what this facility is meant to do is take promising varieties of soybeans, whether it's the oil or for food or for the byproducts that come off of it. And you can test in small you can test in small quantities. Let's say you have a test facility and you have a small amount of that, and you can do some bench testing. But the conundrum, Mr. President, the conundrum that is there is that we cannot scale it up enough to really look at the potential of those varieties. So this facility is going to help us in a state that relies on the export quality of our soybeans to test new varieties. So I'm very excited about that and think this will be great. So I stand in favor of this bill and think that this will be a wonderful step forward for the state of Minnesota.
Final discussion on the bill, Senator Curran.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I appreciate and thank Senator Westrom for bringing this bill forward. I rise in favor of Senate File 2226 and want to thank Senator Westrom for a few of the items included in it, especially around manufactured housing. One of the things that we've worked on for the last couple of years is to try and provide and focus on affordable housing. And what I've learned is our affordable housing program today is very unaffordable for the taxpayers and the citizens we're trying to serve. And so I appreciate that we've not only added manufactured housing and modular housing as qualified uses to the Manufactured Housing Authority, but it's the lowest cost, highest value quality housing that we can provide. The second component of it is in reaching statewide is we need to preserve that low cost affordable workforce housing that exists today. Preserving that type of infrastructure is at a far less or a much lower cost, and we can restore or preserve more units than any of the traditional programs that we have in place today. And so I'm very thankful that we have that included, and I'd like to see the Minnesota Housing Finance Authority lead in providing actual affordable housing and provide the units that they've so stated their desire. I'd also like to thank Senator Westrom for his continued commitment on broadband. It's critical for everybody in rural America, and certainly in my district. And again, I rise in favor and thank you for Senator Westrom for all the work he's done.
Final discussion on the bill, Senator Dietzick.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank staff who worked in the committee and on the bill, and I do actually want to thank Senator Westrom. Watching him respond to questions in committee and on the floor today that he is not prepared for, and he can't literally be looking and paging through the bills like we do in committee, and so several of us are always just amazed at that. So thank you, Senator Westrom. Housing is something that everyone understands and needs. It's not an abstract issue. And then everybody needs to eat. And so more people, at least in my district, are wanting to know where their food is coming from. And so food brings people together. So I think this is a bill where we can really build some bridges, and we can really show the rest of the state or people that are watching that we can all come together and work together to help both rural and the metro and show that we do support Minnesotans. So with that, I do look forward to continuing to work with Senator Westrom and the committee members and to get to a bill that we can all support. Thank you.
Members, is there any final discussion before we go to the author of the bill for his final comments? Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, members, thank you for the great discussion we've had on this bill. First of all, Mr. President, I want to call out accolades to our staff that without them it wouldn't be possible to run the committee the way we were able to and to put this bill together. And so particularly I want to thank our committee assistant Kyle Berndt, our committee LA Alex Tranell, our great Senate counsel, Greg Knopf and Dan Mueller. And Mr. President, members, we also need pages to run our committees. And so the pages that served our committee, I want to thank you right now for your great contribution to our committee. And also the partisan research staff we have, Andrew Larson and Craig Jansik. Thank you for your contributions, because without all of those pieces of the puzzle, these bills don't get put together. We don't get the answers and the research we need in the time we need it, and they are the ones putting in hours before the committee starts and hours after the committee is done. And so I want to thank them for their great resource and asset that they are to our committee, and I sincerely thank them for that. Members, real brief, you've heard a lot of good arguments about this support of this bill, and agriculture is in tough times, but they will be resilient and come back. We have rural broadband needs that we are going to meet in this bill and continue building out more rural broadband across the state in our rural areas, making that economic engine and economic opportunity a reality in those small communities that currently maybe don't have it or need some improvements. And we have home ownership as a top priority in this bill for Minnesota families, whether it's in Minneapolis, the metropolitan area, or greater Minnesota. That is a common denominator in beginning to create wealth opportunity in this country, and everybody needs a place to have a beginning and to start out. Senator Curran talked eloquently about this, and investing in some of our least cost but most affordable units is a good direction to bring us in the state of Minnesota. Members, we also talked about the struggle that our farmers are facing. It's a silent struggle. The mental health is going to be huge. In essence, we're doubling what our state has been doing for about 2 or 3 decades in doubling the counseling opportunities. Senator Rosen, over the time and working on other mental health initiatives and innovation, there's no reason telehealth can't be part of the package that goes forward with the mental health to serve our farmers in all corners of the state. And so, members, I think it's appropriate that we end the discussion on this bill with the mental health issue and the focus that needs to be on it. Whether it's anybody's neighbor, those listening on the TV today, watching this debate across rural Minnesota, the farmers, everybody needs to pay attention to their neighbors that might be going through a silent struggle. It's not something many people will often talk to a lot of other people about, maybe not anybody, maybe not even their spouse or their children or their parents. And so we want to be there and have a resource for those farmers that in a time of struggle wouldn't be spending their own money on going to counseling or even have the money to reach out and know who to reach out to. So it's important for us to get that information out. The Department of Agriculture does a great job in helping get that information out as much as they can. The Farm Bureau, Farmers Union, these other groups are also doing great work at trying to bring a focus onto the mental health. And so, members, as I close this committee, discussion on the Omnibus bill, I just want to continue the discussion and a little recap of the speech I talked to you about with Teresa Gillis from Northwest Minnesota. And one of the additional things she talked about in her struggle, and the struggle she faced, of course, with her husband committing suicide. She talked about looking back, seeing signs that, of course, you know more after the fact. But she impressed upon our group that she was speaking to at the corn and soybean growers annual meeting. She made one statement, and I want to leave us with this statement and why it's so important for us to continue and step forward with the mental health funding in this bill, and why I would ask you to support this bill, if for no other reason, to make it possible for those families or farmers going through a mental health struggle right now, that they could reach out and for free somebody would help them out, talk through the struggles, and show and discuss other opportunities, because there is other ways to get out of it and to work out of it, but you need to talk to somebody. But as Ms. Gillis said to the group of us, she said, when a farmer's going through that kind of financial stress and turmoil, the last thing they're going to spend money on is $150 an hour on a psychologist or a counselor. And members, that's the reason why we are putting money into this additional mental health for farmers. So A farmer that might be struggling doesn't have to worry about whether they can come up with the $150 an hour to pay for that counselor, to reach out to somebody that can help them with this issue they're struggling with, help their family, and get on a path and realize that there is a way and a better solution than what might be a silent issue that they're dealing with otherwise. And so, members, I would urge your support for, if no other reason, that is a strong reason to help our agriculture community and be there for those during the times of need. Thank you for your support, and thank you for all your great dialogue and discussion today. I appreciate it.
Members, we're on final passage of Senate File 2226 as amended. Seeing no further discussion, the Secretary will take the roll. All senators having voted who have the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 43 ayes and 24 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. Members, the next bill up for consideration is number 127 on general order, Senate File 2314. Senator Ingebrigtsen.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Before you, Senate File 2314. Mr. President and members, this bill is the Environment Bill, of course, which funds the Pollution Control Agency, the Department of Natural Resources, the Met Council, Regional Parks, Minnesota Conservation Corps, the Board of Soil and Water, Minnesota Zoo Science Museum, and the Minnesota Board of Tourism. Members, you have a spreadsheet in front of you, and I won't belabor and go through that with you. I'll just give you some highlights real quickly. The spending that is on this spreadsheet is PCA total of $648 million, a DNR total of $448.3 million, Minnesota Zoo $54.92 million, Bowser with $32.4 million, Explore Minnesota $31.1 million, Met Park $17 million, Conservation Corps $1.89 million, the Science Museum $2.16 million, and LCCMR this year was $61.39 million. Members, first of all, we're not able to do this without the staff that we have, and I want to do some thank yous here real quickly before I forget. And it's so easily you forget, and then all of a sudden they're there to pull you out and help you with whatever it is, bills, amendments, whatever. But the nonpartisan staff, Greg Knopf, Ben Stanley, and Dan Mueller are just unbelievable resources. The institutional knowledge that they all carry is a tremendous asset to the not only this committee but other committees as well. My staff, of course, Sean Murphy, my legislative assistant, and Dallas Fisher, the committee administrator. And thanks to all the committee members that are on my Environment, Natural Resource Finance Committee, the Assistant Chair, Senator Rude, along with, of course, the very experienced Senator Tomassoni, who's the lead, who's had this gavel for many years, and I know I draw from him, and I'm hoping that someday I'm going to have enough years in where he'll be able to draw advice for me as well, but we work together well. Members, I'm going to dive right into the highlights. I did go over a few things, but again, I'll be as quick as I can, and then we'll stand for questions and amendments if you have. Starting on page 4, you'll see money monitoring there in the budget for children's products to keep harmful products out of the children's products, some research money there. Also on page 4, you'll see money for PCB monitoring, Senator Housley and Senator Bingham's bill, or at least their areas. Page 5, money for TCE cleanup response. Most recently, Senator Chamberlain, Uyghur, and Isaacson brought that forth to the committee and did a great job presenting that bill. Page 7, funding for new technology review and technical assistance to local governments. That's always important. Local governments are going to get some dollars for that. Page 10, you'll notice an increase in SCORE funding for recycling grants. Pages 11 and 12, money for vapor cleanup and money for county feedlot officer training. Senator Sparks, of course, is interested in that, as well as Senator Weber and Senator Rosen. Going into the next budget, which is the DNR, and again, this is kind of an overview, the highlights. And again, you have the bill before you for any further questions or concerns. But on page 15, you'll see a 20% increase to the University of Minnesota Aquatic Invasive Research Center. Early detection system on page 18 to find out where we can best spend our dollars fighting AIS. Members, we've been talking about AIS constantly now since I've been here, and the University of Minnesota is doing some tremendous work on identifying lakes that are more susceptible to our aquatic invasive species that we're dealing with, whether it be the most recent starry stonewort, which is very devastating to lakes, which now I understand are in 12 to 15 lakes in the state. This is something that we really are trying to monitor and trying to get to the bottom of. So the research center, hopefully someday they're going to come out with that silver bullet or that pill, and we're going to stand on the bridge at one of these lakes, and we're going to throw that pill in the lake, and all this stuff's going to go away. I guess that's probably in the other life that I'm thinking about, but nevertheless, we do need to do research, and there's an adequate amount of funding in here for that. You'll see no impact to parks and trails. You'll also see some ATV off-road vehicle trails. Senator Lang, Senator Tomassoni, as well as Senator Rude, trail dollars, and then understand those dollars are paid for by the users of the trail. They're paid through fees, and there's appropriations that go out every year for advanced trails. Now, when I first came here some years ago, there were very few trails. I've talked countless times to Senator Bach about the trails and the new trails that we have in the state of Minnesota, and the ongoing appropriations that are helping out for the ATVs with the lack of snow. And I can't say that certainly can't say that this year, but with the lack of snow, the ATV certainly business has taken off, and this has really been a big deal for the state of Minnesota. Also included in page 27, you'll see some funding, Senator Bingham, that brought forward the dumpster for chronic wasting disease. Members, we have infected areas in the state of Minnesota, primarily in the southeast part of the state, where we have chronic wasting disease in our whitetail herd. And this is going to help by getting rid of those carcasses in a fashion which actually we're still working on to try and figure out what do we do with it, because the prions apparently are infecting our deers are impossible to kill, and that's why it's so important that we do research and the expending that we're doing for the University of Minnesota for the Research Center. A couple of fun things, $500,000. On page 28, you'll see Senator Eichhorn has a $500,000 and a $500,000 schools for fishing, hunting and fishing grants. And I also have some appropriations in there for league fishing. Members, we're running not a deficit, but we're running lower on our numbers of fishing, hunting and fishing licenses in Minnesota. And this was one way that I think we could do the help the DNR with recruitment and retention of our heritage here in Minnesota. Get the kids off. You know, you've heard the term 1,000 times. Get them off the couch. Get that phone out of their hand and get them out into this beautiful environment that we have and start recreating. Also included, we have, of course, funding for local units of government for snowmobile ATV enforcement, as well as the governor's initiative for ice safety recommendations and education. You've heard about the tragedies that we've had in recent years with early ice or late ice. However you want to look at it, people going out, they need to have some better ideas how to not do that. I mean, I dealt with that in my other life. It was just like, as soon as the sheriff would say that the ice needs to be, you need to be careful about going out, they go out. They automatically grab their pail and out they go, and then you have a tragedy. So the governor's recommendation is in this bill for some ice safety initiatives. Bowser, there was probably the largest cut. It was 21%. One would wonder why. Well, we have this ongoing buffer strip legislation that was taking up a lot of money. We're nearing the end of that, I think. Certainly not going to be done 100%, but in the 90-some percentile range. So we are looking for some dollars to cut. This is the area that I did cut back a fairly significant amount. Metropolitan parks, there's a zero cut. You'll notice a zero net there. Conservation Corps, it was a base funding there. Science Museum base funding. The zoo actually was reduced. We did have some fun things, I think, was brought forward. State recorded holidays would be free for admission for kids. Once again, to get the kids there and to enjoy the beautiful facility that we do have and we do own here in the state of Minnesota. Members, the LCCMR bill, you'll notice, is also included in this appropriation bill. It's a $61.387 million appropriation. Included in the pages are many projects that the LCCMR recommended along with the committee, and I felt very strongly about the clean water PFA funding, chronics waste research, and park funding. Chronics waste, we're putting $1.8 million to the University of Minnesota to put together a testing, obviously testing the science. They came in with a proposal, and it was quite impressive, and they feel that within a certain time, hopefully real soon, that they're able to test not only the animals themselves, the dead animals, but they'll also be able to hopefully test the earth and the ground where these prions are. And again, as I said earlier, hopefully come up with some kind of a remedy as to how we get rid of this stuff. You will ask me about the LCCMR. You will ask about why we took the dollars out of there for the PFA funding. And I can tell you this, that earlier on this year, you all recall that we came forward with a initiative from the governor's administration, from the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency, they had basically an emergency with the hazardous waste dump site over in Anoka County. And members, we grabbed the bull by the horns and got that funded, and we got it taken care of. That's been something that's been ongoing for a long time, but we got it done within 1 day of the expiration of the contract with the contractor. And if we wouldn't have gotten that done, it was suggested that we may end up paying millions more to clean up that toxic site, which incidentally many counties in the state of Minnesota dump their hazardous waste into. Members, we shouldn't have to be waiting this long. We shouldn't have to be threatening our water system. We shouldn't be worrying about this running into one of our biggest rivers, the biggest river we have, and that's the Mississippi, and it was dearly close to doing that. It was nearly there. And bipartisanshiply, we should be doing this quicker. The Dayton administration and now the Walz administration is talking about, and you're hearing it all the time, about the infrastructure needs, the repair of infrastructure for some of these smaller towns that have wastewater treatment. The pipes are now 50 years old. They're wearing out. They don't have the wherewithal, the money to repair this. If we don't start now, we're going to end up with another, maybe many other Anokas. I felt that it was more important to put those dollars towards that clean water initiative, which the Constitution covers. It's in the Constitution that it can be done, and it has been done in the past. That, along with 56 other programs, will be funded through the LCCMR. I'll just put down, for instance, we have some, and you have the list of them, quite numerous list in front. I won't go through them all, but you'll notice you have trumpeter swan management. You have 3 moose projects. You know, the majestic moose is still in trouble in Minnesota. I think he's having a little bit of a comeback now, but we're trying to still figure out why we're losing our majestic moose and the numbers that we have. Numerous drinking and water improvement, removing wastewater contaminants, nitrate study reductions, a lot of clean water science and initiatives, projects that are still in the LCCMR budget. And I will say that the LCCMR works very hard. Senator Thomasoni, myself, and Dames and Westrom work on that. Senator Westrom actually carried the bill initially this year and still has the bill in finance. Did, I think, a real good job of bringing that forward. The work that the group does is you know, it's great. It's great work. I mean, you have some real folks on there that really understand the environmental needs, and we get together all through the summer and put that appropriation together, and once again we put together, I think, a pretty good bill. But understand, members, the committee that we are on, the LCCMR committee, is not the final stop. We are the final stop. The buck stops with us. In other words, they're advisory only. So they advise us for the, you know, they do all the work and do all the projects, and at the end of the day, we still have to work through those projects and deal with that. Members, what I need to finish up with here, what I'd like to talk about is the appropriations that we did for I think the most emerging issue when it comes to our environment and our wildlife is the chronic wasting disease. We had a lot of discussion going on. I think you'll find a letter on your desk that the work that we did was appreciated by both the 2 new commissioners, Commissioner Gibson from the MPCA, as well as the commissioner from the DNR and the Board of Animal Health, praising us for the work that we did with the chronic wasting disease situation here in the state. And real quickly, what that is, the difference you'll see there that's going on with the Board of Animal Health still has the jurisdiction over this, just like they do anything else, any other farm animal. If there is an infected animal, what's in the bill says that if that infected animal is in the pen in the cervidae farm, the the depopulation will have to happen of the whole herd, but that'll happen when there's federal funding to be able to pay for that. That's something new. What else is new is we did not do double fencing. I think the other body may have done some double fencing. That is not in our bill. In my bill, it's the gate fencing, where you drive into the gate and you have to shut the gate before you can move through, and that seemed to be very acceptable to the agricultural community, as well as the deer hunters. I know the deer hunters would like to have seen something a little stronger than that, but nevertheless, we had to, I think, work with the agricultural community here, as well as the deer hunters, and try and get this problem remedied. Members, I do have there's some policy language here that I'll just run through real quickly. We have the venison donation program. We raised some fees there, so the butchers will be able to actually make a little extra money. Not any extra money, but it has not been raised since the program started. It goes from $70 to $150. The CWD language, again, that I covered pretty much all of that. There's language in the bill about that, about the fencing. If there is a violation, when the Board of Animal Health comes out and finds that there's a violation, there has to be a re-inspection within 3 months, and that cost will be about $950. That fee came from the Board of Animal Health, and that would be the cost of that particular additional safeguard that we have for the CWD. Section 5, of course, is language for that. Chronic wasting disease, more language in Section 7. Section 8 and Section 10, 8, 9, and 10, as well as those are all for chronic wasting disease. Starting in Section 11 are unadopted rules, prohibits the DNR from enforcing unadopted rules, and if the unadopted rule is challenged, it is presumptively not enforceable. Section 12 and the policy covers the technical changes, making various clarifying technical changes related to the permanent school fund. Senator Rood's committee worked very hard on that and continues to do that. There are technical changes in Section 13 requiring the Department of Natural Resources to publish notice of conveyance of an interest of real property as part of their resolution of a boundary issue at least 30 days prior to the conveyance of current law. Section 14 clarifies the exception to the prohibition of taking endangered plant species from ditches and roadways. Section 15 is a Wild Rice Council. Members, we've been working on wild rice issues for many years. This establishes the Wild Rice Stewardship Council. Section 16 are the ATV changes, technical changes related to the removal and the ban of snorkel devices on ATVs. That's something that's been around for some time, and that's been put in by Senator Rood's committee. The use of off-highway motor vehicle account expands permissible use of off-highway motor vehicle account, including making grants to local law enforcement agencies for enforcement and public education. Section 18 is snowmobile grant and aids language. Section 19, as well as snowmobile change, authorizes snowmobile safety instructors to recover fees paid for online training courses on behalf of trainees. Section 20 requires the DNR to establish a all-volunteer ATV terrain vehicle online training program for youth age 6 to 10 and a parent or guardian, with a parent or guardian. Section 21 is ATV language, again talking about youth education. and some language in the section 22 about the snorkel. Section 23 is something I think everybody's excited about, and that allows the language to be able to throw a cast net out for gizzard shad for those of you that fish on the big rivers here in the state of Minnesota for flathead catfish and sturgeon. That was quite interesting, but that's going to be moving forward. The use of commercial fishing equipment in section 24 expands the types of infested waters which commercial fishing equipment must be tagged, allows removal of tags by the DNR only if equipment has been contaminated in accordance with the DNR protocol. Decontaminated, I'm sorry. Sections 25 and 26 are technical changes. 2 pilot studies related to the reintroduction of equipment with zebra mussels attached to the Gull Lake and Cross Lake. Section 27, state park fees, expands the number of state parks open house days and aiding certain named holidays that will be actually allows fee park entrance on state holidays for free. Cross-country grant and aid language in Section 28. Section 29, a special use permit for fee proceed appropriations. Those are for special permits for state trails and state water public accesses. Section 30 is the zoo, which allows the public to attend the zoo for free on state holidays. Also lets kids who are traveling as a part of a school trip go to for free during that trip. You know, when you think about you have to travel all the way down there, I think about where I grew up from Hallock. If you come all the way down, it will certainly encourage the folks to be able to at least drive down there during those days and be able to get into the zoo that they're helping pay for way up in Kitson County for nothing on that day. The DNR raises the appraisals of $200,000 from $50,000 for a threshold above which the DNR is required to get an appraisal of land prior to selling it. That's a change, members. Mr. President, members, Section 32 is a permanent school trust language. Section 34 is the lands bill, the state yearly lands bill, and again, that's included in the bill. And there's the tribal, Section 25 talks about raising, again, the tribal requirement, appraisal requirement for boundaries or land on tribes. Game and fish, Section 36 recognizes the amendments and the definition of game and fish by adding burbot, Cisco to the definition. Has rough fish definition change, removes Cisco and burbot from the definition of rough fish. Section 38, game and fish summary change. So again, some more language there. Citizens Oversight Committee, extends Citizen Oversight Committee for another 5 years. And Section 40, deer license, clarifies which deer license revenue is credited to the deer management account. Puts into statute the agreement with the commissioner in 2017 during the session. Section 41 talks about walk-in. Section 42 talks about walk-in access. Section 42 talks about elk licenses, which is pretty straightforward. All the way through to Section 44. Section 44 provides that small game and surcharge does not apply to non-resident ages 16 or 17 to take small game. Once again, encouraging people to bring their kids over from neighboring states to again experience the hunting and fishing in the state of Minnesota. 45 prohibits the importation of most hunting harvested cervidae into the state. Of course, that's because of the CWD. 46, you'll notice new language there, repeals requirement that crossbows used for hunting have a stalk that is at least 30 inches long. These boughs are becoming more compound now, more compact, I should say. Compound boughs are becoming more compact. It's kind of a tongue twister. Also included this year is two-line fishing. You may have heard something about that, or the bobber bill, I guess it's been referred to here and there. What that is, it is a optional endorsement. Money goes directly into the walleye account. That's a $5 fee that does not have anything to do with the limits. In other words, you don't get two limits just because you have two rods. And gizzard shad, this is section 48, 49, that's some language there for gizzard shad, well taken from angling. Making 49 and 50 conforming to changes, makes changes to conform with the changes made in section 36 and 37. And section 51 is AIS, commercial fishery language. And financial insurance, which is, I think, a real interesting in section 52, expands the eligibility of local governments for financial assistance under the Local Water Resource Protection and Management Program. Language there talking about that. 53, some grant changes authorizes Bowser to develop eligibility criteria for state grants and other forms of financial assistance. Section 54, Lake Minnetonka provides that Lake Minnetonka Conservation District may only regulate below the ordinary high water mark of the lake. Section 55 through 94, clean water changes. 59, PCA fee change, bringing fee back to control of the legislature. Section 96 is industrial water permits, language pertaining to that. NPDES permits through the national, or through the MPCA. And 97 has sugar beet language, prohibits the PCA from requiring a sugar beet company that has an NPDES permit or state permit to install a liner for a sugar beet storage site for runoff. Section 98, external peer review, directs the PCA to have a peer review conducted on all or new revised numeric water quality standards. Section 99, this is a social permit. It's called social permit, Senator Johnson, Howe, and Udke, which requires the counties to approve permits moving forward. Members, Governor Walz talked several times publicly about we should not be moving forward with regards to large industries, specifically, I believe it was the pipeline that's being replaced. We shouldn't be moving forward without social permits, so the social permits are put into this bill. And the last section, members, is the effluent limitation compliance provides that the extent allowable by federal law and industrial NPDES or state disposal system permit holder that constructs a treatment work facility to comply with or modified standards. Members, I covered an awful lot of ground there in a short period of time, and got through an awful lot of water. So I'm going to stand for any questions that you may have, or Mr. President, any amendments that may come forward, but certainly stand for any questions if you have any.
Members, any discussion after that very, very, very detailed explanation of the bill? Senator Chamberlain.
And it's a good bill, by the way. I forgot that one.
Senator Chamberlain.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I have the A40 amendment.
Senator Chamberlain offers the A40 amendment. Just give us a moment, Senator Chamberlain. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Chamberlain moves to amend Senate File Number 2314 as follows, page 161 after line 30 insert. This is the A40 amendment.
To the amendment, Senator Chamberlain.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this is just We have been discussing, and Senator Engelbretson had mentioned the TCE ban, the trichloroethylene issue that release that happened up in White Bear Township, water gremlin plant. So what this is just the ban language to put it back in the bill. Members and Mr. President, I have spoke with the Senator Engelbretson about this. This is language that was discussed and agreed to by the Minnesota Department of Health, the Pollution Control Agency, and the Citizens Group, as well as Senator Isaacson, Senator Uyghur, myself, and others that were part of that group. So this is just a ban, and just so everybody understands, there are exceptions to the ban. It's exception for trace amounts, enclosed systems, and also for distribution. If a company simply takes possession of the product and then redistributes to a third party, that company is not subject to this ban. So that's it, members. Thank you.
Discussion on the amendment. Senator Senjum.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the A42 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Senjum offers the A42 amendment to the A40 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment to the amendment.
Senator Senjum moves to amend the Chamberlain amendment to Senate File 2314 as follows. Page 1, line 32, delete or. This is the A42 amendment.
To the amendment, Senator Senjum.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. This is a simple amendment. One more exception to this rule, and it would apply to medical or medical research facility laboratories that work with this material not infrequently at benchtop levels, small quantities, and so on and so forth. That's the amendment.
Discussion on the amendment to the amendment. Senator Chamberlain.
Friendly amendment, Mr. President, members.
Any further discussion on the A42 amendment to the amendment? Senator Engelbretson.
I'm sorry. No, I don't have any further. I did talk with the author, but this is the amendment to the amendment we're voting on now.
Seeing no further discussion on the amendment to the amendment, all those in favor say aye. Opposed say no. Motion prevails. The amendment to the amendment is adopted. So to the A40 amendment as amended, Senator Engelbretson.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I rise in support of this amendment. This is something, of course, it's brand new, but Senators Chamberlain, Uyghur, and Isaacson came forward with this dilemma that happened in their particular area there with regards to this this substance, and I'll let you go ahead and try and say what it is. But nevertheless, this is something that's moving forward also in a different bill, I believe. So it's certainly worth the discussion and moving forward. And so again, I would be in favor of this amendment, members.
Further discussion on the amendment, Senator Uyghur.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Members, I rise in support of the amendment. I want to thank Senator Chamberlain, Senator Isaacson, and others for their efforts in this. This has truly been a grassroots effort in the communities. Senator Chamberlain mentioned the Citizens Group, but Sherry Hastings, Sherry Smith, Catherine Sullivan, these are citizens representing thousands of area residents in White Bear Lake Township, Gem Lake, and they're scared. They're scared of the impact when they learned 100 days ago of this emission and what is the impact going to be. This is a responsible way to address the impact of TCE, not only for our area, but for the rest of the state of Minnesota. Additional details, concerns can be worked out and will be worked out in conference committee. And other provisions that are in the bill, I'll just note for the settlement account is a part of this. You'll see some additional language in the E12 bill tomorrow in terms of notification for the public when a crisis like this occurs. So thank you, and I know acknowledgement was made earlier for staff, but I want to thank Greg Kenoff. I want to thank Ben Stanley, They were available over the weekend several times on amendments, meeting with neighbors, providing input, and finally to Senator Chamberlain's very capable legislative assistant, Judy Donovan, in helping convene citizens in the community on a very, very volatile topic. So please support the amendment. It's needed.
Any further discussion on the Chamberlain amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed say no. The motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. Further discussion on Senate File 2314, Senator Eichhorn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the A46 amendment.
Senator Eichhorn offers the A46 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Eichhorn moves to amend Senate File 2314 as follows. Page 117, line 23, delete. This is the A46 amendment.
To the amendment, Senator Eichhorn.
Thank you, Mr. President. Line 117 talks about the use of bear baiting, and the bill currently states a person. We wanted to tighten that up a little bit and make sure that this was something only available to Minnesota residents, not people outside the state. So it makes a one-word change from person to resident on line 117.
Discussion on the Eichhorn amendment, Senator Ingebrigtsen.
Thank you, Mr. President and Senator, for bringing this forward. This is a friendly amendment. Members, just understand the DNR. This addresses their issues of enforcement. People coming from out of state putting barrels in the woods. We're afraid that they may end up leaving them, even though they are tagged, and being able to rectify that system. So I think for residents only, this is the best way to go for right now. So I would support the amendment.
Members, any further discussion on the Eichhorn amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed say no. The motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. Further discussion on the bill, Senator Eaton.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to offer the A34 amendment.
Senator Eaton offers the A34 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Eaton moves to amend Senate File 2314 as follows. Page 38, delete Article 2 and insert. This is the A34 amendment.
To the amendment, Senator Eaton.
Thank you. I was very pleased to hear of Senator Ingebrigtsen's great admiration for the work of the LCCMR. I have proposed this amendment which returns the proposal for the funding through the LCCMR to the original proposal. It returns the original 18 projects that were deleted and removes the 6 new projects that were added, and decreases the funding to 2 projects that were increased, and puts the other one back to where it was. The addition for $10 million for general operation and improvements to state parks and recreation areas was a clear supplant move that violates the law. It's against the Constitution. And this also is a new precedent of significant changes and brings into question the LCCMR supermajority rule, which any proposal comes out of the LCCMR has to have passed by a supermajority, which none of these other 18 projects did, or projects that were replaced did. Out of the 273 proposals that they reviewed, and 110 were presented, they tapered the number down to 68 on July 8th, and they confirmed the recommendations on December 4th. And so there was a lot of work and a lot of screening and vetting done for these projects. Another troubling section is the bill attempts to change the constitutional amendment. The citizen-approved amendment states loans may be made up to 5% of the principal of the fund for water system improvements as provided by law. The Senate File 2314 allocates grants, which clearly rebukes the voter intent. No doubt the wastewater systems need upgrades, but the constitutional language was constructed to avoid just this such allocation. I guess I could go through what the original allocations were if anyone wants. Otherwise, I will just say that with my amendment, it'll be returned to the original proposal from the LCCMR.
Discussion on the Eaton A34 amendment. Senator Clausen? No. Okay. Senator Ingebrigtsen.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Eaton, for the discussion. Members, as I explained earlier, with the target that I had to come up with funding for, and which I think are very important, not only the state parks, to keep the state parks going, which this does, and has been done, by the way, in the past, so there has been a precedent set. And again, I talk about, when you talk about the prioritizing, putting clean water first, that means fixing infrastructure, addressing clean water through PFA. Members, we all have cities on that list of PFA that we see every year. And it's endless amounts of need out there throughout the state of Minnesota, both rural and metro. Now, this does talk about towns under 5,000, and those are the ones that can't afford to fix them up, or can less afford to do so. And you know, they pay their taxes, and they do their scratch-offs like everybody else. And those dollars, I think, are better spent this year on those projects versus more research and white papers. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but we have to prioritize, and that was the decision of the committee, and so I would stand in opposition to this amendment.
Members, any further discussion on the amendment? Senator Marty.
Mr. President, I support the amendment, and I think that it's important to remember we made a commitment to the voters when we asked them to adopt the Environmental and Natural Resources Trust Fund and set aside the money to use it for supplementing, not supplanting existing funds, and this is simply going against that. And Senator Ingebrigtsen, your argument, which I keep hearing over and over again in finance, is that our targets don't allow us to do better than that. We did the best we could given the targets. As if those targets came down from some divine judgment that this is the way it's got to be. Those targets were set by your caucus. If you need funding for wastewater treatment for these small communities, which I recognize the need for, appropriate the money. Don't take it in a way that's a violation of our constitutional promise to the voters. That's not an excuse to say, well, we didn't have a choice but to violate what we committed to the voters because we don't have the right targets. Change the targets. One of your bills, several of the bills, they changed the target in Finance Committee. And your caucus is the one that's allowed to do that because if we propose doing it, you don't let us do it. But saying the targets aren't appropriate or that's all you could do in the targets is you're the ones who made the targets. And then you say we have no choice but to violate the commitment we made to voters. I think we should take the commitments we made to voters seriously, and we don't say, well, it's been 10 or 15 years, so we can change now and we don't have to follow that anymore. We made a commitment, we should stick with it. This amendment would stick with that commitment and it would recognize what we promised to the voters matters. We're going to stick with that.
Members, any further discussion on the Eaton amendment? Senator Eaton.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to request a roll call.
Roll call has been requested. A roll call will be granted. Senator Ingebrigtsen.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I'm not going to belabor this. This has been done before. PFA funding has been done before the LCCMR. So if you vote for this amendment, you're voting against good, clean water initiatives. You're also voting against state parks. It's as simple as that. So I would ask you to vote against this bill.
Members were on further discussion on the amendment. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wasn't going to say anything, but I had to respond to what Senator Ingebrigtsen just said. Senate File 2314, members, proposes almost $90 million in general fund cuts to our state agency that does all of this great work that he describes. So this is an artificial concoction, a construction that we're being forced into, kind of a dilemma that's being created only by the chief author himself. The fact of the matter is that if you vote for the Eaton Amendment, you're going to vote for restoring a lot of very worthwhile projects that a citizens committee along with legislators took over a year to vet and to consider and debate. It's a process that ostensibly we held in very, very high esteem and high regard. Instead, what we do is we simply violate the law and the Constitution. We create an artificial $90 million cut in this bill and then go and reach into this money that is constitutionally and statutorily prohibited from supplanting the regular operations and projects and programs of those state agencies. This is a good amendment, and I encourage folks to vote for it. For example, one of the projects that was removed by Senator Ingebrigtsen would allow the White Earth Reservation to do $500,000 in solar initiative. That's a very, very worthwhile project to allow that community to look at clean energy alternatives that are much less expensive. A community that struggles, this is an opportunity for them to generate wealth and bring down their energy profile. Many, many instances, over 25% of the LCCMR budget recommendations, $16 million that's being shifted around to support an artificially constructed target.
Members were on the Eaton A34 amendment. Senator Senjum.
Thank you, Mr. President, members, and I'll be real brief. Mr. President, members, you drive a bus around this state, as we do in the Capital Investment Committee, and I would suggest you can nearly drive 10 miles and encounter one more city in this state that has rather severe wastewater treatment program issues. And so I strongly endorse, and we're not going to be able to cover those all with the bonding bill. It would eat it up, if you will. I strongly endorse what Senator Ingebrigtsen's doing here. We've got to commit money as we have it to wastewater infrastructure. He's doing it in this bill. It's a good idea. I support his initiative here. I would urge a no vote on the amendment.
Seeing no further discussion on the amendment, the Secretary will take the roll. All senators having voted who have the desire to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Further discussion on Senate File 2314, Senator Clausen.
Mr. President, I have the A45 amendment.
Senator Clausen offers the A45 amendment. The secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Clausen moves to amend Senate File 2314 as follows. Page 104, delete Section 31. This is the A45 amendment.
To the amendment, Senator Clausen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, the A45 amendment relates to subdivision 17 found on pages 104 and 105 of Section 31 under special use permits and fees, additional powers. The amendment removes language changes and restores original language relating to the Minnesota Zoo's ability to raise revenue. Subdivision 17 as presented reduces the zoo's ability to raise revenue, micromanages zoo policies and initiatives, and amounts to an unfunded mandate. The bill language as presented requires the zoo to offer free admission on Martin Luther King's Day, Memorial Day, Independence Day, Labor Day, and Veterans Day. These are obviously high attendance days at the zoo, curtailing revenue. In addition, on these days, the zoo may not charge parking. Experience tells us this is not a good idea. At one time, the zoo offered free Tuesdays, leading to more than 15,000 guests on some of these Tuesday dates. And many complaints followed that they had less than a positive experience. Guests could not see exhibits, and the crowds left with less than a positive experience. On line 105.11, it states allowing free admission to elementary school students who are part of an organized school activity is unnecessary, I believe. The zoo currently hosts 150 elementary schools annually with free admission, free lunch, free transportation, and free zoo classes. In addition, the zoo, for the past 3 years, offers the Free to Explore program, providing free admission year-long to economically disadvantaged citizens who qualify for public assistance. Over 90,000 Minnesotans from 80 counties took advantage of this plan last year. I'd like to remind people the zoo is a state agency. Over 50% of the zoo's operating budget comes from gate admissions, membership, and education programs. Senate File 2314 cuts the zoo's current base budget by $2.7 million over the biennium and a reduction of earned income by another $808,000 in gate receipts. This cut is equivalent to 16 staff positions, nearly 6% of the zoo's workforce. The bill also removes $800,000 in LCCMR funding. So I say, as a legislative body, we cannot introduce language to curtail operating funds for the zoo through a reduction in gate receipts, in addition to the $2.7 million biennium reduction. The zoo has very limited options if this bill passes as presented. Some of the options would be to reduce exhibits and programs like the Zoomobile, which travels around the state, or the bird show, which is a very popular event at the zoo. Many of you have seen that when we tour the zoo. You can raise admission fees as a result of this, or you can cut positions. The question is, do we really want to be responsible to implement these options? The zoo adds to our quality of life here in Minnesota with 1.3 million annual visitors, adding $225 million to the local economy. I would encourage you to accept this amendment, and Mr. President, I would like a roll call vote.
Roll call has been requested. A roll call will be granted. Discussion on the Clausen amendment. Senator Ingebrigtsen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Clausen stand for a couple questions or one question?
Senator Clausen will yield. Senator Ingebrigtsen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Clausen, you threw around a lot of dollars and a lot of information there with regards to the very simple portion of the bill that allows children free access for a few holidays in a calendar year. You talked about 16 full-time equivalents. You're not telling me that you think that's going to happen with allowing these kids in free for this these few days in the state, excuse me, a few days of the year.
Senator Clausen.
Thank you, Mr. President. When I made that comment, I was referring to the loss of revenue and gate receipts and the additional $2.7 million over the biennium that the zoo is being reduced in general funding.
Senator Ingebrigtsen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for that clarification. It nearly sounded like we were going to take it down here, take the budget down to nearly nothing by encouraging a free pass for a few days or a couple of days of holidays during the state of Minnesota's, I think, registered holidays. I think you quoted the days in there. Members, this is an investment. I mean, you get people to come here free for a chance to experience something that they're paying for. And by the way, the funding for the zoo is quite an interesting phenomenon. They have 2/3 of their funding through, I think, through donated dollars, and only 1/3 of their budget comes from the state. And they have a multitude of acres out there. They're looking at expansion, and they're doing a wonderful job. And we should encourage more people to stop in and visit. And of course, that was going to, that by coming in there free, you're going to have the concessions. You're going to be selling more trinkets, as I call them, or more things that you spend on your kids and your grandkids when you're there. And so I think this is just a small portion that we can do for those that may be less fortunate to be able to come, but we'll also encourage them and their family to come more often. So I would vote against the amendment.
Members, further discussion on the Clausen amendment. Senator Eichhorn.
Would Senator Clausen yield for a question, Mr. President?
Senator Clausen will yield. Senator Eichhorn.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Clausen, does the Minnesota Zoo currently give free admission at certain times or to certain groups of individuals?
Senator Clausen.
Mr. President and Senator Eichhorn, yes, for people that are low income, who are involved in some type of public program, assistance program, they do. And they also offer to about 150 schools annually that come to visit the zoo. So there are some opportunities that can be taken care of currently to visit the zoo for certain folks without paying an admission.
Senator Eichhorn.
Thank you, Mr. President and Senator Clausen. So it sounds like they do offer some free days to some people that, some would maybe call disadvantaged economically. But we're looking at five days here. So why not just 5 days, which are state holidays? Why not 5 days for the people who are footing the bill for the zoo? That's my statement. And I'm looking at our list here of the budget. The Minnesota Zoo receives $57 million total dollars, $18 million from the general fund, $320,000 from the natural resources fund, $35 million from a special revenue fund, and almost $4 million from other funds. So the Minnesota Zoo receives a lot of state money, and folks from my part of the world in greater Minnesota can't afford to go to the zoo on an average day. They're the people paying for the zoo, but they can't go because it's too expensive for them. They got long drives to even get there. So we wanted to take the amendment that was presented in Environment Committee that would allow some free days for our state parks and open that up for the zoo. Senator Clausen mentioned that the zoo is a state agency, and if this is a state asset like our state parks, I feel, and some others in greater Minnesota feel, that those same opportunities should be available for the taxpayer Minnesotans. Being that it's 5 days, I have a hard time believing that it's going to equate to a couple $1 million. So I would strongly suggest voting against the Clausen amendment, and let's give all Minnesotans an equal opportunity to visit the zoo. When I initially heard this might be coming, I kind of jokingly thought, well, maybe, if the zoo isn't happy with the $57 million, maybe we can find another way to spend it. I'm sure the Duluth Zoo would be very happy with some of this appropriation or something else that maybe my folks in my district would like to see. So I think this is a fair and balanced provision that was included in Senator Ingebrigtsen's bill, and I'd like to thank him for doing that, because now folks from my district and others in greater Minnesota will now have that opportunity to enjoy the zoo.
Further discussion on the amendment, Senator Clausen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a comment on Senator Eichhorn's. Minnesota Zoo is the 5th largest zoo in the country. And if you've been out there, you've noticed there's almost 3,000 animals they care for. They have a workforce. They have a number of very complex pools that they have to have extensive equipment and repairs on. So it does cost a lot. There's no question. The zoo budget has been talked about, although I might differ on some of those figures that were given. It's expensive. It's an expensive undertaking that we have here in the Twin Cities in the state of Minnesota. Because of that, I just don't think that we can afford to lose revenue on some of the higher population days that people would be coming to the zoo. There is a considerable loss of income on these days, and we do have other options for people to visit the zoo without paying the attendance fee. So I'd encourage support for the amendment.
Further discussion on the Clausen amendment, Senator Draheim.
Thank you, President Miller. Will Senator Clausen yield for question?
Senator Clausen will yield. Senator Draheim.
Senator Clausen, do you know what it costs to take a family to the zoo?
Senator Clausen.
I have looked at that. It's actually less than going to Valley Fair and some of the science museums, so it is the cost is lower than what you might consider some of the other family entertainment venues here in the state.
Senator Draheim.
Thank you, President. Will Senator Clausen yield for a follow-up?
Senator Clausen will yield. Senator Draheim.
Is Valley Fair a state-funded park?
Senator Clausen. Can you please repeat the question, Senator Draheim?
Thank you. Wondering if Senator Clausen knew if Valley Fair was funded by the state of Minnesota.
Senator, Mr. President, Senator Draheim, I think you know the answer to that. It's a private entity. You know that.
Well, thank you, Senator Clausen, and thank you, President. I guess that's the point. If it's a state asset like the state parks, let's open it up for these young families, the working families that don't have extra money. For those of you who don't know, it's for 13 to 64-year-olds, it's $18 to get into the zoo. $18, plus parking, plus quote-unquote the trinkets, and concessions if you can afford to buy concessions. I love going to the zoo. When we were growing up, it was a treat to go to the zoo because we couldn't afford it. We brought a cooler and went back to the car and ate. So I guess the whole intent of this part of the bill that Senator Eichhorn and myself have worked on is to get more people to the zoo because we think it's a great asset. And we don't think you should have to be upper middle class to afford to go to the zoo on 5 days a year. Thank you.
Further discussion, Senator Marty.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Draheim and Senator Eichhorn, I will encourage you to consider going to the Como Zoo, which is free. It's free every day of the year, and we welcome you there. And I support Senator Clausen's amendment. I like it when our public facilities are available free of charge to people. Our Minnesota History Center used to be free of charge, but we didn't provide enough funding for the Historical Society, which we're cutting again this year. And it's hard to run an institution when you need to make money to pay for it. I remember the head of the Historical Society 10, 15 years ago when they started charging, said she was really hurt by that because she thought it was a great asset for the public. And the public's paying for it, they ought to be able to get in free. But she said at the time we cut their funding and you can't justify it at a certain point. If you're going to do this, and the people who run the Minnesota Zoo, I don't know them, but they've testified at the Capitol. They testified against this because the choice of days are their busiest days. Why make it more crowded on those days? Let them manage. If you want them to do it, at least give them the flexibility to say they have to have a certain number of free days and allow a certain number of school kids in free. That's the way we ought to do it. But cutting their funding and then saying, well, we're going to have to, you have to be free to the public at large on certain busiest days of the year, that's not good management. And I agree, I fully agree with Senator Draheim. I understand how that's a big hit for a lot of people to go to the zoo. I understand the impulse behind this. But I want to remind you there are other options like the Como Zoo you can go to, and the Minnesota Zoo is a great zoo, and I wish they had ways to get more there, but give them the ability to decide how to do that. Don't say the busiest 5 days of the year you're going to say we're going to let everybody in free. It'll make it a zoo to go to where everybody crowding around you. And it'll make it a less of a great experience for people. I think the intent of the amendment may have been good, but at a time when you're cutting the zoo budget, crowding them more important and losing money on their busiest 5 days of the year is not a good idea.
Further discussion on the Clausen amendment, Senator Isaacson.
You know, I'm trying to imagine somebody at home watching this right now and hearing this idea that we should make it free for kids to go to the zoo. And I think that we'd all look at that on face value as being a decent idea. However, I like to imagine, as I've stated up here many times before, that we have a really highly educated populace. And for reasons that I don't understand, this fictional couple that's watching us right now perhaps has been paying attention over time. And they're beginning to notice a pattern here. And I think this pattern is very disturbing. Now, I'm not as cynical as this couple might be. I might assume some of the best intentions, nor am I going to pontificate on the intentions for a bill like this. However, I am going to point out that now I've seen in a couple of different bills we'll be seeing very creative ways to cut state budgets. Very creative ways. And there are times when cutting state budget maybe isn't a bad idea. But this is a really good example of where you're creating a unfunded mandate that costs money out of the bottom line that we just pretend they don't need in this discussion. And we moan on about the kids, think of the kids, and here's the reality of it. I'm out of town a lot for holidays, so now I'm going to be picking up the tab for those kids when I take my kids there on a non-holiday day because they had to raise their prices to make up for the money they lost on their most busy days. But we're going to pretend like that isn't real. We're going to continue to talk about how important it is that kids have more access, but we're going to pretend like these things don't function and have to manage themselves within budgets and pay for things. So I find this argument a bit disingenuous, and I think if anybody's paying attention, they're going to see this theme repeated throughout the next couple of weeks in different bills where we're going to see these kind of one-off ideas that in a vacuum sound great, but when applied to reality, you're creating a shortfall and you're not paying for it. So what it is it's a real sneaky backdoor way to cut a state budget. And I don't like it. I don't think that's an effective use of our time, the way the money is spent. And frankly, I got to visit the zoo a couple weeks ago, and it was amazing. And I want to keep it amazing, but if we cut the funding from that they're expecting or cut their ability to gain revenue, they're not going to be able to be as amazing as they were, and those kids aren't going to have that opportunity. So I sincerely hope you support the Clausen amendment. I think Senator Clausen has a really good grasp. It's in his district. He understands this. He talks to the zoo. It makes a lot of sense to support the Clausen amendment. I hope you'll do that.
Members, any further discussion on the Clausen amendment? Senator Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I guess I'd have to stand up and say something as well. I probably have a connection that very few people have with that zoo. My mother was born across the street. My uncle had the farm that part of the zoo is on. And it affected my building of my house back in the 70s because the zoo was being built in 1971. I have a book up in my office in the Senate building that anyone can come and see, and that's the book that was presented to the legislature to build that zoo. I got a copy of it by good fortune. Even the zoo does not have a copy of that book. And so I've been associated with it for many years, and in the beginning, the state provided 85% of the operational costs of the zoo, and it has gone down ever since. And now here we are again reducing the operational costs. And you have to remember, that zoo has a lot of functions. Some of them are not the animals that you can come and see. They are the generation of breeding programs for other animals in other zoos. They're loaning animals to other zoos. This is something that you don't necessarily see, but it is costly. It does cost a lot of money to run that zoo. So when you say we're not going to have to collect any entry fees for some of the busiest days in the year, but yet we're going to have to take care of all of those visitors, it's going to cost more. It's going to cost you more. It's going to cost every family that goes there on those non-free days, it's going to cost them more. And I think it's a great idea to have kids go there free. It's really great. But let's not divvy it up here. We're giving it it's a mandate that we're not willing to fund. If we're willing to fund it, have all the free days you'd like to have.
Members, any further discussion on the Clausen amendment? Senator Ingebrigtsen.
Thank you. I don't have any questions. I just have a comment. Senator Marty, you talked about the Historical Society having about 15 years ago being free, and apparently at that time they started charging. You've been throwing these comments out about how we have this thing that comes out of the sky and gives us our targets, and you understand totally what we're talking about when we talk about targets. And I also understand who was in charge of the Senate 15 years ago. I think you were there. So if you want to talk about not funding something today, let's remember where we came from, not just throw things out like that without. I'm not going to sit and listen to that because you were there. So apparently you weren't doing your job funding the Historical Society at that time.
Further discussion on the amendment, Senator Marty.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Ingebrigtsen, yes, I was here then, and I was about as happy as I am with the cuts you're doing to the Historical Society this year, cuts you're doing to the Minnesota Zoo this year, cuts you're doing to medical assistance this year. And I'm here. And I don't control everything around here. In case you didn't notice, you don't, I don't, none of us do. We all have a voice, and we can speak out about it. But the point is, if you want to give somebody a chance to come to the zoo for free, I think that's a great idea. But you should provide the funding for it one way or another because they need it. If you're going to just take it away and say, well, they'll just make do with less. Yeah, they'll make do with less. They'll lay off staff. They'll do that. Historical Society is saying with the budget we passed out a committee today that it could cost them 1/5 of all their statewide employees. I think that's wrong. And yes, I'll have been here if you look back 3 years from now and say, well, they had to lay off all those employees. You were here. Yeah, but I didn't have the choice. So I hope you understand that we don't all have the choice all the time. We can speak out for what we believe in, and we ought to, and you ought to as well. But I think it's inappropriate to suggest that we are being fair to the zoo in trying to take away, use it in a bad management thing. The zoo director comes in and tells us this is the worst kind of days to do it. The days where they're already crowded, make it more crowded then. in an expensive attraction or moderately expensive attraction, to say these particular days are going to be free, you will double the attendance on those days. They have emptier zoo the rest of the days, and there's super crowd those days. It's not a good way to manage a zoo, a state asset like that. I think if you want to make it free for people, I strongly support that, but you got to provide the funding to do it, and I wouldn't do it on the busiest 5 days of the year.
Members, just a friendly reminder to everyone in the chamber, please address the president and keep your comments directly towards the president. Any further discussion on the amendment? Senator Eichhorn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to point to on the chart that we all got that shows the budget, line 273, page 5. The zoo is receiving a less in general fund appropriations, but they are receiving an overall increase. In 2018-19, they got $54,618,000. For the 2021, it's going to be $54,922,000. That is an overall increase in the biennium. It looks like most of the increase came from the special revenue fund. So they are receiving an increase, not a decrease total for the biennium.
Any final discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the Secretary will take the roll on the Clausen amendment. All senators having voted who have the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Further discussion on Senate File 2314, Senator Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the A44 amendment.
Senator Anderson offers the A44 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Anderson B. moves to amend Senate File number 2314 as follows, page 185. After line 18, insert, this is the A44 amendment.
To the amendment, Senator Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. President. The A44 amendment pertains to this bill, and actually, as I'm looking through some of the literature that's been dropped on our desk, I see a letter that was sent to Senator Rosen, and it mentions in there aquatic invasive species, and it also mentions in the bill aquatic invasive species. And for the last many years, we in Wright County have been trying to get a grasp on the starry stonewort, which is an aquatic invasive species that has invaded a very pristine lake, Lake Sylvia. And because of the state aid that was given to the DNR, which used to be 1 day a week of inspection, that's been dropped now to 77 hours for the whole summer for Lake Sylvia, along with other lakes, Pleasant Lake, Lake John. The hours that have been given to these lakes have been dropped. So the Lake Association made it a point to come and provide an application to ask for an opportunity to present a brief project. And basically, I'll read kind of the summary. It says the pilot project would replace at-the-ramp monitoring with an innovative regional AIS inspection and decontamination site, noted as RAIDS. Regional inspection provides much greater protection for the pilot lakes, which is Lake Pleasant, Lake Sylvia, and Lake John, at a lower price point than multiple single landing inspection programs. In an effort to address the unique threat of bunk-style trailers containing AIS contaminants held on the carpeted bunk trailers by the weight of the boat, a pool will be constructed to back both boat and trailer into an algicide wash, and this float the boat treatment is specifically targeted to kill the starry stonework. And so they went forward and put the application in and received a grant of $623,000, which was good for over a 3-year program. The grant was given in March of 2017 with the basis of that the DNR had to make the final recommendation of allowing the grant to be accepted before the money could be put out, and they didn't approve it until October of 2017. So basically they lost a whole year in this process of putting their project forward. And so 2018 was the only year that they've been able to go out and provide inspection and looking at boats coming on. Lake Sylvia is a very pristine lake. It has in 2016, it had over 5,440 inspections. In Lake John had 782 inbound boat visits in 2016, and Pleasant Lake had over 750 inbound boat visits. When we got together, because this plan has to be accepted by the DNR every year, they were accepted in 2017, October of 2017. They made a presentation in 2018 and got accepted to provide the inspections for the lake in 2018. In 2019, we met together to talk about the program again, and we received a letter on April 15th of this year saying that the inspection didn't quite meet the standards that they wanted to see happening, but we didn't have a chance to be able to provide the results in a 3-year pilot program. We still have over $178,000 left on the grant program, and along with that we have 6 other lakes around there that in the grant program that was provided to the DNR, that within a 10-mile radius of the city of Annandale, which these other lakes are a part of, the grant said that they would provide for other lakes to be considered in this. We have 6 lakes that have been begging to get in there. They're providing their own funding to go along with the $178,000 that's already been in place. And we're just asking for the DNR to accept this one more year and allow these 6 extra lakes to come on board with the other 3. And so, Mr. President, I appreciate your support, and members, I appreciate your consideration of my amendment.
Discussion on the amendment. Senator Dibble.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, and appreciate the amendment from Senator Anderson. It seems like a worthy and worthwhile undertaking, except that it kind of reminds me of being in the Transportation Committee when we fail to adequately fund transportation, and so we get a whole bunch of earmarks coming into the transportation bill for folks demanding and requiring that the Department of Transportation fund their road, their bridge, their interchange, because there's just simply the funding isn't there to actually fulfill the program and the STIP as it's been construed. The bill that is in front of us failed to pick up the recommendation of the governor to include the aquatic invasive species surcharge, and as a consequence, the DNR is not going to be able to restore grants to a lot of local partners who are working on AIS prevention efforts. So this is simply going to stretch the DNR much thinner, and those of you who are worried about AIS in the lakes, aquatic invasive species in the lakes near you, I guess the priority is going to be to this Wright County inspections regimen. Members, I would request a roll call vote on the A44.
A roll call has been requested. A roll call will be granted. Further discussion on the amendment. Senator Anderson?
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Senator Dibble, I appreciate your concern. This has no money involved as far as coming out of any funding right now, because the funding has been already put in place through a grant given to the Lake Sylvia and the lakes in the area of Annandale. They already have one more year on this grant program, and it's basically based on the report that it comes out, plus the money that's coming forward from the other lakes that are wanting to be a part of this. It totally takes care of all the funding. There's no necessary need for it right now. With only 77 hours given to Lake Sylvia, that's about 6 days during the summertime for the DNR to do any type of inspection. So you figure 180 days from April 15th to October 15th. There's not too many days that the DNR even shows up there. In fact, in talking with people from the Lake Association, they've rarely seen a DNR officer out there to follow up on what they have been asked to do as far as inspecting the boats. So this is not going to cost the DNR anything. It's basically asking that the pilot program that was put in place be continued, and the 6 lakes that were part of the phase 3 of the pilot program be accepted and go forward. Thank you.
Further discussion on the amendment. Senator Ingebrigtsen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Real quickly, Senator Dibble, I'm not sure you're totally understanding it here, and that's understandable. Senator Anderson talked about a grant, and one would assume it's a DNR grant, but it's not. It's a private grant, and they came to me as the chair a couple of years ago and came forward with this pilot project. The DNR, as Senator Anderson said, cooperated. However, they drug their feet the first year and they weren't able to get going, so we actually through legislation last year put it out another year. But this is a pilot program, members. This is citizens, citizen scientists that the DNR needs to start utilizing in our state. We have a ton of these associations that are willing to do a lot of the legwork for the DNR, and I've been working with the new commissioner now, and she's assuring me that they're going to be utilizing the lake associations and other interested parties more and more as we go on, and it simply makes good sense. They care about their lake. The starry stonewort invasive species is a horrible thing, and these people are very concerned about the lake in which they live in, which is also enjoyed by the public. They want to take care of that lake. And they're doing all this basically for gratis time. The DNR needs to step up and cooperate a lot more than just a few hours a year. So hats off to these people. And the DNR is going to get all the data that they actually collect. They got the Sheriff's Department involved, I think, with enforcement as well. And Senator Anderson has done a lot of work on this most recently. And this is just a great idea that we should be hanging on and grasping these people that are willing to help. So thank you for bringing this forward. This is certainly a friendly amendment.
Further discussion on the amendment. Senator Abler.
Thanks. Just very briefly. And Senator Dibble, I understand how you could think that this is another unfunded thing because some of those things do happen. But this isn't one of those. I just know some of these folks out in the same neck of the woods as well, or neck of the lakes or whatever. And they just want the right to keep their lakes safe. And they have their own money and they just want to be free. So this is a really, really good amendment, and it will make a difference to these lake shore users. Thanks.
Seeing no further discussion on the amendment, the Secretary will take the roll. All senators having voted who have the desire to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 48 ayes and 19 nays, the motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. Further discussion on Senate File 2314, Senator Eaton.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the A31 amendment.
Senator Eaton offers the A31 amendment. The secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Eaton moves to amend Senate File number 2314 as follows. Page 115 after line 9, insert this is the A31 amendment.
To the amendment, Senator Eaton.
Thank you. Well, this amendment would make the wildlife management areas continue to be neonicotinoid free. Right now, the DNR has a policy that they do not allow neonics in the state's 1.3 million acre wildlife management areas. And so this is about 30 to 40,000 acres. And it's usually conventional corn farmed as wildlife food plots. And then the portion of the crop is harvested and the remainder is left for wildlife grazing. And the importance of keeping the neonicotinoids out of the wildlife management areas is, well, it's manyfold. We need the pollinators, which, as I said, over 60 million of Minnesota agricultural products depend on bees and other pollinators. And we also need to keep some of the insects that, for instance, pheasant chicks survive on, and which they have a hard time growing to adulthood when there's no insects available. I just read a white paper from the Pheasants Forever stating on the impact of neonicotinoids on fowl and the fact that they can actually stun the bird so that they are unable to respond for up to 2 hours. So there can be one of the reasons why we're having trouble bringing the pheasants back. But more importantly, we do need the pollinators to keep our farm crops and so that we can all continue to eat and the farms can continue to produce their produce. So I'm asking that we take the current DNR policy to not use the neonics in the wildlife management areas and put it into law.
Comments on the A31 amendment? Senator Ingebrigtsen.
Thank you, Mr. President, and Senator Eaton for the discussion. Members, I'm being told that this is already DNR policy, not to do this on WMAs right now. That, along with the, this was not, as far as I know, it wasn't brought to my committee. I can't answer for Senator Rude whether she had it in her committee or Senator Westrom for that matter, or Weber for the ag committees. So, but this was not heard in my committee. So, members, I think it certainly warrants some more discussion. There's no question about it. There's been a lot of talk about pollinators, but I think it needs more than a floor amendment. I think it's important enough that we have a discussion in the committee.
Senator,
so I would ask people to vote against it at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator Ingebrigtsen. I did have this bill, and I asked for a hearing in the Environment Committee, but I did not get one. Initially, Senator Senjum carried the bill, and then he withdrew, and when I refiled it, I was told I wouldn't get a hearing. So I am bringing it up because I think it's important. I think it's important that we put this into law in case we have somebody else running the DNR down the road and they decide to get a deal from one of the manufacturers of neonics that they don't decide to start using them on the wildlife management areas. So I would appreciate a yes vote.
Senator Rude.
Mr. President, this bill came to the Environment Committee, and I said I would give it a hearing. The hearing was scheduled, but there was so much disagreement on this bill that the day of the hearing, the author pulled the bill, and we did not. I was willing to hear it, but with the author pulling the bill, we did not have a hearing on this bill. It is my understanding then the bill was cloned, but our records show that no hearing request was ever received by my committee to hear this bill again. So while it is very, it's probably a bill that we do need to be heard, and we would be happy to do that, but it needs some discussion, and so I don't believe it's ready for prime time. So at a later date, when we can have good discussion on this bill, we would be happy to have that. But right now, it has not had a hearing. It has not been vetted well, and so I would appreciate a no vote on this amendment.
Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, wondering if the author of the amendment would yield for a question.
Senator Eaton will yield. Senator.
Mr. President, Senator Eaton, while we're doing this on the fly, maybe you could discuss how is the DNR going to take care of the weeds that they already have trouble taking care of on all the grasslands that many reports and conversations have come out about their inability to already contain the noxious weeds and other weeds and many WMAs. In my district, it's quite often coffee shop talk and discussion about they've got some of the worst looking properties around at times. And so you're going to take this away from the DNR. How are you proposing they're going to handle when noxious weeds and others get so bad that they really need to be curtailed in a hurry under your proposal? I imagine you've thought that through and have a solution. If you could give us that answer, that'd be great.
Senator Eaton.
Thank you. Senator Westrom, this neonicotinoids are insecticides, so they don't affect the weeds at all. And I would like to ask for a roll call, Mr. President.
Roll call requested. Roll call granted. Further discussion on the 831. Senator Ingebrigtsen.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. And Senator Eaton, I certainly understand the amendment, but Senator Rude made it quite clear that the committee had some real problems with this, and to do this moving forward, I do it with some hesitation, or a lot of hesitation, actually. We should be talking further about this. And again, I know this is an issue. I mean, we've all been hearing about the pollinator issues and the strains and stresses of the pollinators. In fact, I have a bunch of pollinators in my district. In fact, I probably have one of the largest group of pollinators, farmers that you can in the state. So I did have a discussion with one of them 2 years ago, and I think this was being talked about back then. Maybe it was even 3 years ago. And I got a hold of this constituent of mine who has a large hive operation, bee operation in Otter Tail County. And in fact, he happened to be on the road at that time, and he was taking his bees to a warmer climate. I didn't even know they did that. They do that they actually in the wintertime, and instead of leaving them dormant, they'll take them to California or they'll take them south and they'll utilize them down there. I'm sure it's a way of making money for them, because without pollinators you have nothing, and not too many people know that. But so at that point I said there was a lot of discussion about the potential of pollinators being harmed by these insecticides and whatever that were being sprayed. And I know there was a lot of talk of overspray when it come to agricultural spraying and having to do it during the right time of the day. And And I said, is there something that I should know about that? And he said, no. As a matter of fact, we're doing just fine. Just read the label. That was the answer I got from this gentleman. Read the label and follow the label. And so that certainly helped me a lot. That was pretty straightforward. And he said at that point in time we weren't having any problems at all. So again, I can only speak for that one individual person. But Mr. President, I do have an amendment that I would like to offer to maybe make this a little more amenable for the folks here. It is the A101 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Ingebrigtsen offers the A101 amendment to the amendment. The Secretary will read the amendment.
Senator Ingebrigtsen moves to amend the Eaton Amendment to Senate File Number 2314 as follows, page 1, line 5, after the period insert. This is the A101 amendment.
Senator Ingebrigtsen.
Thank you, Mr. President. What this amendment is actually puts a 5-year expiration date, June 30th, 2024, on this particular amendment. And I would ask Senator Eaton if she would do that, and I would certainly be more than happy. I'm sure Senator Rood would. I can't speak for her, but she would to discuss this further as we go on, because I know it is an issue, and we should be mindful of our pollinators for sure. So I would ask Senator Eaton to please allow this amendment onto her amendment.
Comments on the amendment to the amendment. Senator Eaton.
Thank you. This is the amendment to my amendment, is that correct? Okay, well, I would accept this as long as Senator Senjum is accepting my original amendment. Ingebrigtsen, I'm sorry. It's getting to be a long day. But bees need a safe harbor, and 5 years' worth is better than none.
Further comments on the amendment to the amendment? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. All those opposed, the amendment passes. To the amendment, as amended, Senator Ingebrigtsen.
Mr. President, with that, I would stand and ask the members to support the amendment as it is now.
Senator Dibble, pass. Okay. Any further comments on the amendment as amended? Seeing none, roll call requested, roll call granted. The Secretary will take the roll. Anybody in? The Secretary will close the roll. With all members voting who wish to vote, the vote is 67 ayes and 0 nays. The amendment passes. Further amendments or comments? Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I was wondering if Senator Ingebrigtsen would yield for a question.
Senator Ingebrigtsen will yield. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Ingebrigtsen, there's a series of provisions starting on page 129 with section 80 that have to do with our water quality and permitting and how we treat our groundwater and the like. And I was wondering if I could ask you what we're hoping to achieve with these various provisions. For example, Senator Ingebrigtsen, in section 80 that's on page 129, we see that there's a provision that's retroactive to 2010 that restricts the DNR from modifying a groundwater permit in the instance where that permit is transferred to a subsequent owner user. Can you explain to us why we're further restricting those conditions in which the aspects of the permit can be considered and why it's retroactive to 2010?
Senator Ingebrigtsen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, for the question. This is with regards to irrigators, and I know Senator Howe has been talking about this and had brought some legislation forward, so maybe he'd like to comment with regards to this portion of the bill.
Well,
Senator Dibble.
I'm sorry.
Well, Mr. President,
I'm sorry, Senator Dibble. I meant Senator Weber. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Senator Weber.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, this proposal came into being because of the fact that what we have going on is when you do have a transfer of a farm that has this irrigation well there, that there has been a decision made that the permit will not go with it. And so what you are really doing in those scenarios is that you're creating a situation by which the property whose value is quite frankly dependent upon the continuation of that irrigation is now affected. And what happens in the process is that you go ahead and you buy the farm, and then you have to make the request for the transfer of the permit. You obviously can't ask for the transfer of the permit prior to the purchase of the farm, and because you have no basis to do that. And so that is the reason for this to have been done this way, and the timing of it basically rectifies a problem that was created by this determination by the DNR.
well, thank you, and I
Senator
appreciate that, and I can understand why that's a dilemma. However, the current language in law says that the commissioner must not deny the transfer of a permit if the permittee is in compliance with all permit conditions. And we all know that there are changing circumstances that surround groundwater for a whole variety of reasons, not the least of which is increasing demand on our groundwater supplies. And so kind of locking in and making this retroactive to 2010, I think is of significant concern. In Section 81, if Senator Ingebrigtsen would yield.
Senator Ingebrigtsen will yield.
Yeah, it says that the impact of any new restriction or policy on existing and future groundwater users and local governments in the affected area must be provided. The economic impact of that must be provided by the commissioner. But that seems to be a one-sided analysis, Senator Ingebrigtsen. What about if, in fact, there was a failure to act and there was a negative economic consequence from the DNR actually acting, failing to act with its authority? I mean, we've seen what has happened in the East Metro when the DNR has failed to consider the economic consequence of not acting. Why, Senator Ingebrigtsen, are we just doing the one-sided analysis and talking about new restrictions on existing policy?
Senator Ingebrigtsen.
Well, thank you, Mr. President and Senator, for that question. It was very simple. if you're going to, a business is going to come to the way I understand it, going to come to Minnesota, and you're going to require some stringent permits on there. The consideration is going to have to be for the new restriction on the policy for existing future groundwater users, that it's going to be cost prohibitive. If it's going to be that, then that needs to be talked about, needs to be discussed. I don't think it's any more simple than that.
Senator Dibble.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Well, there's two sides to that coin, of course, and there can be a fairly dire economic consequence if the DNR fails to act and fails to impose, the kinds of management plans that would allow all users to be able to utilize the groundwater equitably. So it seems to be fairly imbalanced in one direction. And Section 83 of Senator Ingebrigtsen would yield to a question about the groundwater management information element here.
Senator Ingebrigtsen will yield.
So, Senator Ingebrigtsen, I'm really scratching my head on this one because it says during the development of a groundwater management plan, the commissioner and employees can only disseminate information related to timing, location, agendas of meetings, but otherwise limit public information related to groundwater management area to direct factual responses to the public and media inquiries. Why are we trying to muzzle the agency so that there's not some transparency and some larger discussion about these undertakings and these efforts, which amounts to basically a gag rule? Why this language? This is fairly breathtaking language, Senator Ingebrigtsen. Why are we imposing a gag rule on the DNR here?
Senator Ingebrigtsen.
Mr. President, Senator Dibble, what part are you referring to here? I'm sorry, I didn't catch the very first
excuse
part.
me. It's Section 83 on page 131, and I'm looking at the new language on lines 131.25 through 131.30.
Senator Ingebrigtsen.
Well, again, I don't think there's any discussion. You're talking about in the dark of night decisions being made without public input. That just seems to be the theme around here, is that this bill, and you've talked about it before, that we're trying to hide something, or business is trying to hide something. What we're trying to do here with a lot of these initiatives is that we're trying to make the process much more open and transparent. And again, I've been working on this and worked with Governor Dayton back in 2011 and 12 about getting these permits out, either yes or no, in a more commerce fashion, if you will. And again, always taking into consideration certainly our pristine water in the state of Minnesota. So I'm not understanding where you come up with the idea that we're not trying to, or that we're trying to hide something, or somebody's trying to hide something over on the public, because we have a ton of legislation that talks about requiring public input, or requiring public meetings before rules and rulemaking and all kinds of assessments. We have different types of functions for appealing and repealing, endless amounts of avenues for the environment. So I think it's disingenuous to say that we're not transparent.
Senator Dibble.
Well, Mr. President, Senator Ingebrigtsen, I'll just read the language of your bill. It says, during the development of a groundwater management plan, the commissioner, employees, and agents of the department may disseminate information related to the timing, location, and agendas of meetings related to the plan, but shall otherwise limit public information disseminated to groundwater management area only to responses to the public media inquiries. So their ability to actually put information out there absent a direct request for that information is limited. That sounds like it's trying to put something under a bushel basket. That's not transparency. That's quite the opposite, Mr. President. Senator Ingebrigtsen.
Senator Ingebrigtsen, and then Senator Weber. Senator Weber.
Thank you, thank you, Mr. President. Actually, to read the entire portion of the language, it says to direct factual responses. And I think, you know, the intent of this is that too often at times we have coming out from the department tales of potential horror stories, potential this, potential that, before there's actually even a public hearing. And so as a result of that, there's already a fanning of flames of public opinion in anticipation of the public hearing, so that quite frankly, the facts don't even have an opportunity to survive. And so that's what is behind, in my opinion, this type of language. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Dibble.
Well, I've made my point, so I will move on. I respectfully disagree. I think the point that it's only responses and not a proactive dissemination of information is clearly an effort to keep information out of the view of the public. I think that's fairly clear and black and white. Moving to surface water, Mr. President, if you jump ahead to Section 107, which is on page 148, there's a restriction around allowing the transfer of polluted water bodies to cleaner ones. There's an allowance to allow that water to move from one to the other without a permit. And, you know, again, Minnesotans highly value and prize their water quality. Senator Ingebrigtsen, if you would yield, please.
Senator Ingebrigtsen will continue to yield.
Senator Ingebrigtsen, on that Section 107, page 148, why would we do that? Why would we allow that to happen, which would threaten the potential water quality of the body of water that would receive potentially dirtier water?
Senator Ingebrigtsen.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. And Senator, I know we discussed this last year, I believe, in the bill, and the comments about dirty water being disseminated from one body to the next. This is a federal rule. This is a federal law that allows this to happen. Senator Dibble.
Senator Dibble.
Well, I don't think that's the case, and I think again we're you know, it's the theme that's running through this portion of the bill. Is we're rolling back both groundwater and surface water protections. For example, on page 151, section 110, where we allow simply just one of 87 counties to roll back water quality standards if one county disagrees with a new standard that's been put out there. Senator Ingebrigtsen, why would we do that?
Senator Weber.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's my understanding that this is actually a federal statute that both agencies support at this point in time, unless I am mistaken, Senator Ingebrigtsen.
Senator Ingebrigtsen will yield.
That is correct, Mr. President. Thank you. That is correct, Senator Weber. Senator Dibble.
Senator Dibble.
So I did miss one point on groundwater, but I'm not going to belabor it. It's getting late, but it's yet another section in which we roll back groundwater protections. But I would like to offer the A100 amendment. This is again dealing with our surface water issues.
Senator Dibble offers the A100 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Dibble moves to amend Senate File Number 2314 as follows, page 151, delete Section 111. This is the A100 amendment.
Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to ask for a roll call.
Roll call requested. Roll call granted. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. So what Section 111 accomplishes is allows an industrial polluter to avoid having to apply for an NPDES permit, a National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System permit, basically a permit to pollute, for a full 16 years after any point at which they do some sort of a capital improvement to their existing treatment works, water treatment works facility. So think about that for just a moment, members. For a full 16 years, if in fact factory has installed some sort of improvement to their treatment facility, if there's emerging technology that shows that they could do a better job, or there's emerging science that shows some of what they're emitting into our surface water is in fact harmful, there's absolutely nothing that the public can do to make sure that what they're eliminating from their factory or from their industrial process can be addressed in any way, shape, or form. This, of course, is in following the same effort that was done on behalf of municipal emitters last biennium. And there was a lot of discussion, a lot of disagreement. The agency went ahead and did it, and then they were told by the federal government that they were in violation of the Clean Water Act, and they had to go back and redo it. In fact, this would be a clear violation of the Clean Water Act and probably threaten our delegated authority to even regulate federal regs for pollutants in our waters. It's, I think, very, very risky on its face because it allows for industrial waste to be going into our surface waters. Even when we're fully aware of it, it's free and unfettered, and their ability just to use our surface waters as a free and open sewer, and it threatens our ability as a state to continue regulating the federal laws that are now delegated to us. I appreciate your support for the A100.
Senator Ingebrigtsen.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I do not support this amendment. Members, if you look at you look at page 151, you look at under section 111, you'll see to the extent allowable under federal law, this is already being done for municipalities. Members, this simply makes an equal playing field for the industry. That's all it does. And so this amendment would strike that, and frankly, that's just once again standing in the way of any kind of industry moving forward in our state. And do I have to remind people of the industry that's moved to South Dakota and North Dakota because of over stringent regulations? This would make it again an equal playing field for the industry. So I would ask people to not vote for this amendment.
Further comments on the A100 amendment? Senator Dibble.
Well, Mr. President, I thought the extending this to municipalities was a bad idea, but it's not the same thing because, of course, we know that industrial facilities often discharge very, very strong chemicals and have the nature of their discharges are very, very different than municipal wastewater. In fact, when we have the sewer access charges in the metropolitan area, when residents wants to hook up or a development is built, when a commercial facility requests a sewer hookup charge, there's what's called a strength fee or an intensity fee because the nature of the types of discharges are much, much different, have much higher implications for the public's health and for our environment. So this is not at all about putting industry on the even playing field with municipality because the nature of what we're allowing to go into our water without a pollution permit can be extremely consequential and very, very harmful. And we're just saying, nope, you don't need an MPDES permit for 16 years if you've made some capital improvement, almost 2 decades prior.
Further comments on the A100 amendment? Senator Senjum.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, as I read this, none of what Senator Dibble has just described is possible unless it's allowable under federal Environmental Protection Agency rules. None of all that gloom and doom is possible unless the federal EPA allows it under their rules.
Senator Ingebrigtsen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And the permit will not be allowed for industry or municipalities if it's not followed. It's as simple as that under federal law.
Further comments on the A100? Seeing none, the Secretary will take the roll. Secretary will close the roll. With there being 29 ayes and 38 noes, the amendment does not pass. Further discussion on Senate File 2314. Senator Eakin.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to move the A36 amendment.
Senator Eakin offers the A36 amendment. The Secretary will read the amendment.
Senator Eakin moves to amend Senate File 2314 as follows, page 51 after line 16, insert. This is the A36 amendment.
Senator Eakin.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this amendment provides funding, $1.5 million for the noxious weed detection and eradication program. The funding comes from a portion of the Environmental Trust Fund dollars that are going towards the wastewater treatment program. Currently, there's $9,340,000 that's going into the water infrastructure funding program, and this would take 1.5 million of that. So a portion of that to go towards, again, the noxious weed detection and eradication. One of the reasons I mentioned during the debate and discussion on the agriculture bill, my concerns about the lack of funding for the noxious weed program. And one of the weeds that's the most concerning has been Palmer amaranth, which I had mentioned has found a new route to enter and spread throughout Minnesota through grain and seed screenings that are used as feed to livestock. They did find in Redwood County that the weed had found its way into the soybean field through cattle manure. The cattle had been fed screenings from contaminated sunflower seeds. The MDA has found Palmer amaranth seed in numerous screenings, and Palmer amaranth, for those who don't know about this weed, it can grow 2 to 3 inches a day. It typically reaches about 6 to 8 feet tall, or more in some cases. If left uncontrolled, a single female Palmer amaranth plant typically produces about 100,000 to 500,000 seeds. It's resistant to multiple herbicides. It can cause substantial yield losses and greatly increase weed management costs in soybeans and corn. So this can be particularly devastating for farmers, and it can even damage the combine harvesters that are harvesting the crops. And I think it's important, especially now, given the struggles that farmers are facing, that we need to make sure we're doing everything we can to protect our state and our farms from this invasive weed, which again can have such a devastating impact on yields and on our farm economy. It's important to note that we have not been keeping up. The needs far outweigh the resources we're currently providing. In fiscal year 18 and 19, the Department of Agriculture had $600,000 to grant to local entities for weed work, and it received $1.3 million in grant requests. So the need is far greater than the resources we've provided. Priority has been given to counties with the presence of Palmer amaranth because of, again, how devastating it can be. Local governments need and they want the technical assistance and coordination that's provided by the Department of Agriculture. And I think it's important to note that without an appropriation to continue this noxious weed work, the Department of Agriculture's work on Palmer amaranth could come to an end, and at a time when it's most threatening to us. So with that, I would appreciate your support and welcome any questions. Thank you.
Senator Ingebrigtsen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will ask members to, ask members to not vote for this amendment. This is taking money from the PFA funding that we've had a long discussion about, and actually, generally, the body has voted in favor of funding the PFA as they have in the past, members. And I know this eradication of the Palmer Amaranth has certainly came to the front and center here within the last couple of years, and I guess I haven't been too privy to too much. I might ask Senator Westrom to comment, or maybe Senator Weber, on how the fight, or how this invasive species is being dealt with. I thought we had pretty good control of it, so again, this was not brought to our committee. This would certainly knock the financial portion of this taking out of the PFA, so I would not be in favor of it. But I would ask one of those members if they have any information on just how terrible and how bad this is. I know, Senator Eakin, you're talking about the harvesting and actually even I think hurting the combines. I mean, that's a big weed. I remember that a couple of years ago when it first started showing up in the southern part of the state. But if one of those could comment with regards to how that's been going and how the monitoring and the detection has been going and the eradication, maybe I could get a little better idea.
Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, first of all, Senator Eakin, I'm surprised that you would take this away from the PFA. The projects that they would help would be targeting towns under 5,000 for wastewater improvement to help cities that are trying to meet ever-changing or improving or increasing regulations for their wastewater treatment plants. And so it's quite a surprise that you would take that away from our communities that really need assistance when it comes to cleaning up their wastewater and complying with MPCA regulations. And so if the author would yield, Mr. President, I've got a question or two.
Senator Eakin will yield. Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, Senator Eakin, wondering, is there a reason you wanted to take it out of the small cities and the PFA money that they would receive, or what's the reason you're taking it out of this project that will impact so many small cities in rural Minnesota, your district, my district, many districts across the state?
Senator Eakin.
Thank you, Mr. President, and Senator Westrom. First of all, it's only a small portion of the funding that's going out. Obviously, there's still 8,340,000 of that 9,840,000 that's left for the wastewater treatment funding, which I do think is critically important, and that's why I only take a small portion of that. I also think, however, that noxious weed control is extremely important, especially with Palmer amaranth, which could be so devastating if we don't get out ahead of it and prevent its spread. And believe me, once it spreads, it's going to be much more difficult to deal with then. So, you know, we need to do both, Senator Westrom, I would argue. And again, that's why I leave a significant portion there for the wastewater treatment upgrades and the funding that's so critical there. I agree with you, Senator Westrom, that is very important for us to fund. But I also think that we need to be working in the bonding bill to make sure that we're getting adequate funding there. And it's important to note that there's been challenges to the transfer of money from the Environmental and Natural Resource Trust Fund into the wastewater treatment program. There is no controversy about using LCCMR, Environmental Trust Fund money, for Palmer amaranth. They are in agreement that would fall definitely within the confines of how that fund is to be used, or the definition of what that fund is to be used for. So I think both are important. That's why my proposal funds both. I don't think that we should neglect either one. And unfortunately, in the Ag Bill, noxious weed funding for noxious weed control was neglected. And so I think that we can do both. We need to do both. Both are critically important. And by the way, I'd like to have a roll call on this vote.
Roll call requested. Roll call granted. Senator Westrom and then Senator Frentz. Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, Senator Eakin, I would urge you to consider not taking it out of this program that is a direct impact to small cities under 5,000. The legislature recognized cities under 5,000 when they put the language forward in 1988 for the lottery amendment in the first place, helping cities with low-interest loans under 5,000. It's right in the constitutional language, Senator Eakin. This language that we've passed and targeted here would also help those same communities with grants for the great environmental issue that wastewater can be. Most of it's discharged into our waters, and so I don't think it's prudent that we take our small cities and pit them against Department of Agriculture and funding that comes from elsewhere. I don't recall this being a project even being requested in front of the LCCMR. But Senator Eakin, you make some good points on the weeds, and certainly Palmer Amaranth is a weed that we want to stay on top of. Department of Ag, we did fund them 2 years ago to go out and hit it hard, and they did that. But Senator Eakin, in the spirit of your amendment and making something happen, maybe a good creative way to help fund this project. The Department of Ag has been successful in other LCCMR dollars that they have requested, but I would move the A1 amendment and support taking this from a different area of the bill that wouldn't be so hard impacting on our small communities. So, Mr. President, I would move the A102 amendment.
Senator Westrom offers the A102 amendment to the amendment. Senator Westrom. I'm sorry, Senator. I'm sorry. Secretary, report the amendment.
Senator Westrom moves to amend the Eakin amendment to Senate File 2314 as follows. Page 1, delete lines 14 and 15 and insert. This is the A102 amendment.
Senator Westrom.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this would, in the spirit of the Senator Eakin bill, fund the $1.5 million for the weeds, noxious weed programs he's talked about, the Palmer Amaranth, but it wouldn't take it out of the small cities. Wastewater assistant dollars that would be very important to our communities across the state. It would take it out of a current project, U.S. Geological Survey, that has been funded multiple times in the past, and they would continue to seek funding from the LCCMR. And so I would urge your support of the A102 amendment to the Eakin amendment, and then urge members to support it as amended.
Comments on the amendment to the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. To the amendment, Senator Eakin.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Westrom, I will support this amendment with the amendment to the amendment on it, so I would encourage members' support.
Further discussion on the amendment as amended. Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Eakin, for bringing forth this. Let's just face facts. We wouldn't be having this discussion if we had funded properly in the ag bill the noxious weed, the preparedness. We have a surplus of $1 billion, I keep hearing, and we're having trouble getting a few $100,000 to protect our farmers. Our small cities, Senator Westrom, are going to forget all about the funding that we were debating here tonight if we have an outbreak of Palmer Amaranth in this state. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussions on the A36. Secretary will take the roll. Oops, sorry. Senator Dietzig.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sorry. I just want to go through and let people know, for the people listening, Palmer Amaranth has been in several counties. So it is in Roseau County, Marshall County, Pennington, Red Lake, Douglas, Todd, Yellow Medicine, Lyon, Redwood, Cottonwood, Jackson, Dodge, and Hennepin County. This is a big deal, and I agree with Senator Frentz that the original amendment just took, it left water, so it actually did both. It left water on the bottom line, but it also helped fund a program to help deal with noxious weeds in Palmer Amaranth, because if any of these towns and any of your farmers get hit with Palmer Amaranth, it will impact that farm and further negatively impact that farm economy.
Further discussions on the A36 as amended? Seeing none, the Secretary will take the roll. Secretary will close the roll. With all those members wishing to vote who voted, the vote is 67 ayes, 0 nays. The amendment passes. Back to Senate File 2314. Further comments? Senator Marty.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Senator Weber, would Senator Weber yield for a question?
Senator Weber is not on the floor.
Okay, Mr. President, I'll get back to that in just a minute. I had several concerns wanted to raise. I do want to get back to Senator Ingebrigtsen to Senate Section 83 of Article 3, which was also Senator Weber spoke to that one, where they were talking about the limitation on agencies speaking on groundwater management plans other than responding to direct factual responses. And I believe one of either Senator Weber or Senator Ingebrigtsen said they want to make sure it's factual responses, not misleading information or anything. We could accomplish the same goal in doing so if we simply said that they shall only provide factual information. But this is still, any way you put this, we're saying the state agencies are not allowed to talk about these public information that should be available on groundwater management plans. I don't see any legitimate purpose for doing this, and I think this is anything but transparent. Senator Ingebrigtsen, you said that you hope that we could be more transparent. That's what the goal of the bill was. But this is directly opposite that intent. It is explicitly saying they can only provide direct factual responses to inquiries. They cannot provide general information about the groundwater management plan. And I think that is something that is worth stressing is anything but transparent. It's the opposite of that. And since Senator Weber has come back onto the floor, I'd like to ask if he will yield for a question.
Senator Weber will yield. Senator Marty.
Mr. Chair, Senator Weber, the section 80 on page 128, the one that was retroactive to January 2010, I was curious, is this the water use permit from somebody who was near a calcareous fen that the DNR was objecting to giving a permit to because they were concerned it would destroy the fen?
Senator Weber.
Thank you, Mr. President. Actually, this is a situation where there had been, yes, there had been a calcareous fen. The irrigation had actually been in place for a number of years prior to the discernment of the fen and its existence. And it continued to be in operation for a number of years after this fen was discovered. And never during the course of the life of this irrigation well and system did it affect negatively the presence of the fen. And then when the transfer came in and the permit, then it was stopped at that particular point.
Senator Marty.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Weber, I appreciate that reminder because I was wondering why we make something retroactive that long. It struck me that that was about the time we were talking about the particular fen involved in this case, and this type of fen, I'm not an expert in botany or whatever, but the calcareous fens are very rare and they're very fragile, and affecting the groundwater nearby could very easily destroy it. And I will understand very much, as we talked a number of years ago about this, that I understand that that could have an impact, and understand why the farmer was concerned about the difficulty getting the permit. But I think it's important when we're discussing this legislation to be transparent about that. So we are acknowledging this could affect a very rare fen. It could affect it. Maybe it won't. The DNR strongly opposed this provision at the time. I'm assuming they oppose it now, but I don't know that. They've objected to many provisions in the bill. But I think if we are putting at risk a fen, we ought to be acknowledging why we're doing that. And that's not to criticize the landowner for wanting the permit, not to criticize you for saying, well, I'd like to help him get that permit. But I think we should all be at least aware of what we are doing. We are putting a fairly rare type of plant life at risk in Minnesota, and we should be aware we're doing this and not just meaningless language. Oh, I don't know, this doesn't seem to be a bad idea. We'll let the permittee continue to get a permit because somebody had one there before. So I just want to make sure, and I'm glad you acknowledge that this is that fen. I think it is something that if we're voting for this, I oppose that provision. I wish we would not do it, but I understand. I just want to make sure it's transparent to people what's happening. Next issue I wanted to just mention briefly, because Senator Ingebrigtsen, when we were talking about the free days at the Minnesota Zoo, I also object to doing the same thing in Section 28 of Article 3 for the state parks. I think it's a great idea to let people into state parks for free, but I don't know that the best idea is allowing them in on some of their busiest days. And I'll acknowledge here New Year's Eve and Christmas Eve may not be their busiest days, but Memorial Day, Independence Day, Labor Day, some of those are some of the busiest days at state parks. It's hard to get into them. You can't get reservations at the campgrounds because some people got them months earlier because they can just reserve as many days as they want, or enough days they can just reserve a lot of days at a lot of parks. And a lot of people who want to use the parks can't get into them on busy days, and saying we're going to make it free on that occasion. I have no amendment to change this, but since Senator Ingebrigtsen objects to the fact that I used an illustration from a number of years ago because I was in the Senate at that time and he thought I might accept it, I wanted to at least acknowledge that making the state parks free on those days may not be a good idea. It takes some of the busiest days of the state parks and makes them free those days. I'd rather we continue to do what the law already did, and that is have the DNR declare certain days to be free days and let the DNR manage that in an appropriate way. I have two other things I wanted to mention about the bill, one of which is one that Senator Dibble talked about earlier, Section 110 of Article 3, in which the PCA cannot adopt any new standards on water quality or purity unless all 87 county boards adopt a resolution saying they support this. You or somebody in response to Senator Dibble's question say, well, they can't do any of this unless the federal government would allow it otherwise. Well, the PCA has been designated as they've been delegated as the enforcement for the Clean Water Act in Minnesota, not the counties. The PCA has the expertise, not the counties. And I have no objection to the good work that are done by many county boards, but saying that every county, even the 3 or 4 counties that have 3,000 or 4,000 people in the counties, that one of them can object to any new standard, and therefore the entire state does not adopt the standard no matter what the science says. I think that's a very poor judgment. I think it's irresponsible to give any one county veto authority over all 87 counties. I strongly object to that provision and think the bill should be rejected on provisions like that alone. But the final thing, this is a finance bill, and my understanding is that the general fund budget cuts for the environmental agencies in Minnesota is a 25% cut of general fund money. $89 million we're taking away at a time when there is a budget surplus. The majority keeps saying we've got a surplus here. But we're cutting 25% from these environmental budgets from the state general fund. I know you're backfilling some of it with other special funds, which were not meant, as we promised the voters we would not use to backfill budgets. But I think that's irresponsible budgeting. I think it's an irresponsible budget, and I wish you could have done better than this. I think you could have done better than this. I think the Senate can do better, and I urge us to reject the bill.
Senator Weber.
Thank you, Mr. President. In regards to the comment that was made concerning the fin, and I want everyone to understand that that particular fin did not occur in my district, or was not, and this situation did not occur in my district. However, I do want to mention that I have had the situation with calcareous fins in my districts. And I just want to state that as it relates to transparency, that is a two-way street. And every time that I have had a fin issue in my district, the DNR tells me, well, we don't have any information, any data regarding the presence of irrigation wells next to fins. And yet here we had an irrigation well next to a fin that operated for many years with no apparent damage to the fin. And so I think that, you know, if we want to be transparent, let's be transparent, but by golly, let's take all the information that's out there, and let's not selectively choose that which we want to in order to promote their position at that particular time. And I just wanted to add that to the mix, Mr. President.
Senator Hayden. Pass. Further comments on the A30, oh, I'm sorry, further comments on the bill? Senator Marty.
Mr. President, Senator Weber, I understand what you said, and I want to make it clear that I said that. I expressed the fact that your constituent, or not your constituents, but the farmer was concerned that there had already been a permit and it didn't shut down the fen. The DNR was very concerned it would. They did not say we can prove it would. They had no ability to prove that. They said these are very rare situations and we should be protecting them when we can. And I understand why, as I said, I understood why you brought the provision. I just wanted to make it clear to people that in doing so, we are putting the fen at risk. I didn't say it would be gone because of this, but they are very fragile. The DNR websites, my seatmate pulled up the DNR website talking about how fragile they are when the groundwater levels change. And so I think we should be aware of that. So I'm not disagreeing with what you said, but I want you to make it clear that I had not suggested you were trying to provide partial information. I was just arguing that we should at least be aware of the situation, that it may affect the fen.
Further comments or amendments? Seeing none, the Secretary will give the bill its third reading.
Senate File Number 2314, a bill for an act relating to state government appropriating money for environment and natural resources and tourism.
Further comments? Senator Ingebrigtsen. Third reading. Senator Ingebrigtsen.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Thank you for the robust conversation. I'm not going to be very long here. I just have to bring up one story. It's about a half an hour long, so bear with me. But members, we have a beautiful state here, and some years ago I brought Bud Grant into my committee back in 2011, and at that time we were talking about raising fees for hunting and fishing, and I asked him, as a world traveler, how does Minnesota fare out with their environment with regards to wherever he's been? He said, I've traveled all over the world, members. And he says, we have a jewel here in Minnesota. Minnesota is a jewel. This environment is just absolutely wonderful, beautiful, and we got to continue to take care of it. And we have so, members. We've had our bantering back and forth here on the floor today, and it's been a good, spirited discussion. But this is bipartisan and has been for years. The environment has been bipartisan, taking care of our pristine waters, lakes and rivers and streams. So, members, thank you very much, and I would appreciate a green vote.
Senator Bingham, I'm going to give you the opportunity because I might have missed you seeing you there, Senator Bingham. And then we'll go back in case we need one final comment. Senator Bingham.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am only 5 feet tall, so I'm going to let you go on that one. I appreciate the discussion in Chair Ingebrigtsen's committee this session. We have had a lot of discussion on AIS and CWD, and I have handed out or distributed a letter from the Commissioner of Department of Natural Resources about their concerns, and I too have concerns. I'm going to be brief because a lot of them have been mentioned today. You know, I want to thank Chair Ingebrigtsen for including many of the provisions that I brought forward for CWD. My hope is that this bill comes back a little stronger from conference committee to respond to the detection and the spread of chronic waste disease. One of my biggest concerns is that there is no general fund investment for CWD in this bill, and that means all of this is coming out of solely the game and fish fund, and I don't really feel like that's an ideal situation. There are over 500,000 deer hunting licenses pulled every year by Minnesotans, and essentially they're going to be the ones paying for this when there's other factors that have contributed to it. I mean, we've talked about the parks and the trails and kind of the shifting of money from different funds. But, you know, a couple things I wanted to mention specific to the landfill issue is there's no extension in this bill to prepare for the cleanup of the contaminated freeway landfill in Burnsville. There's no funding to accelerate the review of the closed contaminated sites to ensure homes are not impacted by soil vapors or private well, that private wells aren't contaminated, while the state is catching up on reviewing some of these closed landfills through that process. And it also, I'm not really excited about requiring legislative appropriation versus the current appropriation through the commissioner dealing with the closed landfill investment fund, and that starts after 2020. We all have landfills, and in fact, Dakota County has the most landfills in the state, and we need to make sure that that funding is available for future use. And Chair Ingebrigtsen knows that I offered an amendment to delete language about the 30-day comment period that may not be extended unless approved by the project's proposer, and obviously I didn't offer that today. But members, that provision really limits public participation in democracy, and it's about freedom in the environment review process and the permitting process. So, I mean, imagine if Garmin, I think 3M, DuPont, any of those were able to control the public comment. That just because if they didn't have the right paperwork, or what if you were having the public comment period during a harvest and they were the ones that were able to control that dialogue instead of the department. The department and us, we're responsible for protecting the public comment, not the companies. So I just don't think that provision is very dangerous, and it really stifles the voice of the public. I don't think this bill goes far enough in some regards, and it moves us back in other regards. So I just hope this bill comes back a lot better from conference committee for the environment and for Minnesota's sake.
Senator Tomassoni.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I know we're ready to wrap up here, but Senator Ingebrigtsen gave me a really nice compliment at the start of the debate, and I want to thank him for it. I realize I still have some work to do, because I think if it had been my bill, we would have been done an hour ago. However, I do have to say that there's a few things that are probably missing from this bill that could be in this bill, and one of them I can think of right away is the DNR legal fees. But I'm not about to defend the process of getting a negative $57 million target, but I will defend the fact that being a chairman and being given a $57 million target that's negative, you then have to work with it. And this is the result of having to work with a negative $57 million target. And I just want to thank you, Senator Ingebrigtsen, for letting me work with you in the committee and trying to get this bill out. I'm going to vote for this, and I'd like to work with you in the conference committee if I'm lucky enough to be put on it, and just let you know that I appreciate being your friend.
Senator Gazelka.
Mr. President, members, as we vote for this bill, and bipartisan bill at that, this is the second of 10 bills. We're just beginning. It went a little later than I thought it might be, but just keep in mind the whole budget, frankly, increases spending 5%, $2.3 billion. So each one is a piece of that, but as we make decisions in one place, that means there's either more or less in another place, and that's why we're doing what we're doing. But good spirited debate, and looking for a green vote.
Members, we are on final passage of Senate File 2314 as amended. Seeing no further discussion, the Secretary will take the roll.
out of my office involuntarily. And the trap door.
All senators having voted who have the desire to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 35 ayes and 32 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. Remaining under motions and resolutions, we will revert to the fifth order of business, reports of committee. The secretary will read the report.
Senator Rosen from the Committee on Finance, to which was re-referred Senate File Number 2227, a bill for an act relating to the operation of state government, reports the same back with a recommendation that the bill be amended as follows. And when so amended, the bill do pass.
Senator Gazelka.
Adopt the.
Mr. President, I move that the committee report read by the secretary be adopted.
On the adoption of the committee report, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. The motion prevails. The next order of business is the sixth order of business, second reading of Senate bills. The secretary will read the Senate file number.
Senate File Number 2227.
Second reading. We will move to the 13th order of business, announcements of Senate interest. Without objection, the following senators will be excused from today's session. Senator Jensen from 6:55 to 7:05 p.m. Members, any announcements of Senate interest? Senator Rosen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And for the members of Finance, we will not be meeting after session today, but we will, I know, terribly disappointed, but we will be meeting at 8:30 sharp. And we have a big day tomorrow. We'll start with finishing up on K-12, and then we'll go to Senator Pratt's jobs bill, and then we'll go to transportation, Senator Newman, and then we have Health and Human Services, Senator Abler and Senator Benson. So a very big day.
Members, any other announcements of Senate interest? Senator Gazelka.
Final announcement, Republicans will caucus right after session tonight. Mr. President, I move that the Senate do now adjourn until Wednesday, April 24th at 12 noon.
On that motion, all in favor say aye. Opposed say no. Motion prevails. The Senate is adjourned.